I'm glad to see that, and I hope we can have a serious conversation because it can cut both ways, not just in our way. I think Democrats should be concerned about that too, because that is a huge failure of security what just happened.
Well, should that conversation include security for members of Congress? We've been through this before, following Gabby Giffords, following Steve Scalise. Should members like yourself have a security detail?
We need to have a discussion. It is a pretty dangerous job, and how we really, deal. A lot of people don't realize that generally only a few members in Congress have any security, and we right now in a very polarized environments, and how, how we can deal with that. I think this is we need to have, because I mean it's a great one, a huge responsibility. But in this environment, like I'm probably one of the few members of Congress that does in-person town halls. A lot of my colleagues are actually very concerned to do that for that reason, because you put your life in danger by doing that, but we still have to be able to communicate with our constituents, and we have to be able to get out, otherwise we cannot represent them well. So I think it's a conversation to have.
Well, as you're doing that communication and thinking about what your constituents want to see from the Republican Party, the kind of policy conversations that will be happening at the RNC this week, you talk about things like fighting inflation. What is the actual plan to do so, when many economists we speak with here at Bloomberg suggest that some of the Trump policies he is suggesting, like increasing tariffs, would only be further inflationary? So what exactly is the proper plan?
Well, I think, President Trump is, he wants to grow the economy, and he wants to make sure that we continue tax cuts. But we definitely need to look in the spending side. And this is a conversation I have with his team members on spending side, how we can reform some of the big ticket items like healthcare. If we want to really re-energize the economy, decrease debt load, and save a lot of programs that we promised to Americans, including like Medicare and Medicaid, let's look how much there is abuse in the system. Trillions of dollars of issues that actually President Trump and Obama agreed on. Let's have, and that's what the conversation we need to have, and have a plan. And I think this is something we've been working to try to have, because a lot of time in the political world, you have very short window where things can happen right after the election. So you need to have a plan, and good plan you need to wait and have a real. So that's what we want to do, how we can deal with our dependency on China, our supply chain, energy policy, our spending, which big part is healthcare, and dependency on China, and really is with driving the biggest driver on inflation right now is that we have to deal. And I think he has a lot of good people with good policy ideas. And I think before, my hopes we're going to win, and my hopes we can deliver that next Congress with President Trump.
You're the only Ukrainian American serving in Congress. Will we hear about Ukraine at this convention? What will be the party's posture on this war?
Well, I think this is a very complicated issue. I think, this convention we're going to talk about big issues like border, domestic issues, but foreign policy issues are important, and President Trump doesn't want to have wars. President Trump wants Europeans to step up, and he probably doesn't get enough credit in a lot of international issues, that he actually did a lot of things to deter Russia from further aggression. So I don't think that is not the main topic on the, in the mind of Americans right now, but it is a very important topic, and we have to be figuring it out. We cannot have never-ending wars. We need to learn from $2 trillion, what we spend in Afghanistan.
You believe he can end the war on day one, like he says?
Listen, this is a lot of political things, that you say, but he will definitely will do whatever he can to really try to figure out how to resolve this situation, because this has become a very, very, very difficult and very, very bloody war, and millions of lives are going to be destroyed already.
So do you think that Ukraine can count on a future Trump administration to continue the support the U.S. has provided up to this point in the war?
From my perspective, I think the Biden administration failed in Ukraine, deterred the war, they slow-walked the aid. So I think President Trump will be much stronger on these issues, and I think he'll be willing to work with all of the parts. I cannot talk on his behalf, but I'll know that, a lot of things people don't realize is also Congress is involved in these issues. Actually, power of the person and war power should be in Congress anyway. And I think President Trump been working and talking to a lot of members of Congress on this issue too. So there is a political rhetorics, and there is also real, discussions. And I think these real discussions will be much better for Ukraine than they are right now.
Are we going to get a running mate announcement today?
I hope so, and I'm very excited about that.
Where are you in the office pool?
So listen, they're all lucky that I cannot be one. Otherwise, they will be all in trouble. But it will be a great ally to the administration because I truly believe we cannot govern through executive orders. Congress needs to start doing its job. Actually, Chevron doctrine, you know, the Supreme Court ruling Chevron doctrine showed us we are not doing our job. And I think we need to. This is instability for the country to change policies with each administration. You know, we need to discuss, deliberate, and deliver on some of the key policies that they have long-term effect for economy, for businesses, and predictability. That is very important that our businesses, even sometimes maybe they don't like our policies, but at least they can react on them, not like retroactively do them or change them 3 times a year. That's not very good for the country.
Republican Congresswoman Victoria Spartz of Indiana, thank you for being with us. I wish you a safe and successful convention.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us today in Milwaukee.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, and thank you for joining us in our special coverage from Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention in day 1. And Kaylee, we're all waiting for that announcement on a running mate.
Yeah, will it be J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum? We all just have to wait and watch. And of course, here on Bloomberg TV and radio, we'll also be waiting and watching to hear from the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, who's sitting down with David Rubenstein this hour. As we were just speaking with the congresswoman about the Republican platform and the idea of fighting inflation. We do know that a lot of that power resides not just with fiscal policy, but with monetary policy.
This is an important economic club interview with our own David Rubenstein and the chairman of the Federal Reserve. That'll be coming up a little bit later on this hour. We also have our signature panel with us, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, and much more ahead on the news here about Donald Trump's classified documents case being dismissed. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew on the fastest show in politics. This is...
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
What I can say is that we've been making significant investments across the franchise, across regulatory reporting, across data, and across resolution and recovery planning. These are areas we've been investing in because we know they're areas that, frankly, the industry likely needs to further enhance, and we certainly want to enhance them for ourselves.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
And the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech
spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. We have much to look forward to this afternoon, including the vice presidential selection of Donald Trump. But we also are waiting to hear from Fed Chairman Jerome Powell, sitting down with David Rubenstein, the Economic Club of Washington, this hour. And let's just take a quick check at how markets are positioned as we head into that, knowing that this is the first day of trading in the aftermath of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. We're looking out for the so-called Trump trade here. And what we find is that stocks are broadly higher across the board. The S&P 500 right now up by about 0.5%. We're at another all-time high of 5,643. The NASDAQ 100 as well up by about 0.4%. Interestingly, you're actually seeing the Dow outperforming today, up by nearly 300 points. In the bond market, we're up by about 3 basis points on the 10-year yield. That sensitive 2-year yield of Fed policy, as everyone waits to hear from the chairman, is down by a single basis point. We're at 444 right now on the 2-year. And if you take a look at some specific stocks that may be sensitive to Donald Trump, what you're finding in the market today is really interesting. Of course, there is a very Trump-oriented stock, and that is Trump Media and Technology Group. The ticker there, of course, DJT, up by 33% in today's session, as the market is now seeing perhaps greater odds of Donald Trump's victory in November. Certainly predicted bet markets are seeing that outcome is likely greater. And as a result, some things that see maybe potentially policy benefit under Donald Trump, like cryptocurrencies, given he has positioned himself to be a more crypto-friendly president, are going higher. Bitcoin actually up by about 5% on the day. We're back up to $63,000. But of course, while there are some up trades, there's down ones too. The thought being that Democrats may be more positive for sectors like solar technology, for example. So if you look at TAN, the ETF that tracks a basket of solar stocks from Invesco, that is actually lower on the day, down by about 5.7% on the day, so lower over the course of the last 2 days, net by about 3%. So interesting to take stocks of how the market is reacting to the events of the last 24 hours and how they'll react for the days to come at the convention this week, Jeff.
Kaylee, let's bring in our political panel as we gear up for the start of this convention today. Rick Davis at Stone Court Capital, and Jeannie Shanzano, political science professor at Iona University and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, are with us. We finally made it, guys. And as we mentioned earlier, it wasn't that easy considering the news just of the past 48 hours here. And we had another headline today, Rick Davis. And what I think we can clearly call another win for Donald Trump in seeing this classified documents case dismissed. It's almost like someone wrote this.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a
bizarre story to lead up to this moment.
The movement for Donald Trump since his really disastrous legal decision in New York with, being convicted of 34 felony counts. But ever since then, it's been golden. Disastrous performance by the president, at the debate, and subsequent things that have happened to him, including, attempted suicide. I mean, he's bounced back from just about everything thrown at him. And now, again, another win, as you say, Joe, in the legal system. And this will reverberate throughout the convention today. We have 50,000 people all jammed into to Milwaukee this week, and they're all focused on what's going on with Trump. And the media is just giving him one more narrative, one more news story, one more positive impact to his campaign after the other. And maybe even tonight we'll see him come to the hall and take credit for it all.
Well,
we already have heard from him today in the aftermath of not just the assassination attempt from over the weekend, but of course this ruling from Aileen Cannon in Florida. Jeannie, he posted on True Social, as we move forward in uniting our nation after the horrific events on Saturday, the dismissal of this lawless indictment in Florida should be just a first step, followed quickly by dismissal of all the witch hunts. So for all of the talk about potentially seeing a different Donald Trump this week, someone who's focused much more on unity than, say, retribution, we're still getting the witch hunt language.
We are. And I think one of the major themes, particularly prior to the attempted assassination, was going to be the weaponization of the Justice Department. And as you looked at his social media, and as I have, he is trying to tie that in, this decision, as the beginning of the end of the weaponization. He is hoping that the other cases are dismissed. We'll have to wait and see. But this was surely a gift from this judge down in Florida. Somebody said they would like to walk into a lottery station, wherever you buy lottery tickets around here, with him, because this is a very lucky guy at this point. Obviously lucky that he's healthy today, but also lucky these charges are dismissed. And of course, we expect there'll be appeals, but this will continue long after the election. So they have successfully put that off, and he is trying to tie it to this argument of unity. Once we put this weaponization behind us, we can unify the country. And I have noticed an uptick in his talk about unity, so I expect we're going to hear a lot more of that this week from him.
A vice presidential announcement, a running mate announcement, will only increase interest at this moment, Rick, and we hear that that will come likely this afternoon. We've actually got some business to be had, though, as we remind our viewers and listeners, you run a convention. The roll call today is what this is actually all about.
Yeah, this is sort of the pro forma. We used to actually spend a lot of time doing this on television when people would come in on Monday morning and they'd see the delegates all assembled and the great state of Alabama, you know, the boll weevil state, you know, and you'd hear all these crazy things.
Yes.
Yeah, now nobody cares about that, but that is what's going to happen today. And so, yeah, they'll do the roll call. They'll put Donald Trump's name in the nomination. The delegations all assembled. We'll have fun with that. It's pro forma, you know, it's part of the convention. But like, people really need to understand, this is the most authoritative body of the party. It decides where the party is going to go in the future, who their candidates are going to be, what the platform is going to look like. They decided on a platform last week. This afternoon, they'll start talking about that platform once they constitute themselves. But this is the penultimate body within the party that makes all those decisions.
Well, and of course, they'll decide to make Donald Trump the leader of the ticket. There's the question about who's joining him on that ticket that we still have as of 12:30 Eastern time on the start of this convention. We don't know who that vice president is going to be. As we get closer to the actual announcement, Rick, what are you thinking?
You know, it's kind of like Apprentice. You got to have a commercial break right before you find out who gets fired. In this case, who gets hired. And look, I think there's been actually kind of an interesting swing within the campaign. I mean, they've been going out talking to everybody about like changing the mood of the campaign, changing the focus of the message. They don't want anybody talking about the campaign messaging until after this move. And so the question is, maybe he was headed to a J.D. Vance, who's kind of the pit bull of the Republican Party and was even out with some pretty harsh criticisms just hours after the attempted assassination on the Biden administration. Or maybe there's a chance for a more sort of, I would say, moderate voice, not ideologically, but euphemistically. And so people like Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, have been talked about all along, but didn't feel like he was enough of a attack dog. And now it may be, we don't want that attack dog. Maybe we want someone who can talk to suburban women.
How about that? So the potential for surprise, it's Donald Trump, always there, even though we keep hearing about short lists. You know what we're not talking about? An interview with Lester Holt on NBC later, which in any other world, if it weren't for what happened over the weekend, might have been one of our top stories today with questions about Joe Biden's acuity, his age. He's going to do this again, apparently. I don't know who's watching this on a night when our eyes will be on likely a running mate announcement at the convention. But you've got quite a split screen here. How does he handle it?
We do. I mean, this is the Democrats, Joe Biden's campaign, trying to counter program. They are going to go ahead. They've moved it from Texas up to the White House. So he is going to go on. I understand NBC has promised to air it in its entirety without editing. If that is the case, I think that would be welcome. But to your point, we're not going to, you know, see people engaging in it with the huge audience we might have.
Is it a waste of an opportunity then?
I don't think so. My view is Biden needs to be out there talking repeatedly. It needs to stop being a sort of moment when the president talks. It needs to be more common than it has been. And I don't think Madison had The Apprentice in mind. Donald Trump, now Rick Davis, everybody talking The Apprentice. Is this what he had in mind when he talked about the VP?
You're hired.
Donald Trump did compare this to, I think, a highly sophisticated version of The Apprentice.
Tell me there's not going to be a boardroom set on the stage. You know we're going to see that later.
Oh, gosh, no.
Of course, we'll be here with you, whatever we see, to describe it for you, as will Rick Davis of Stone Court Capital and Jeannie Shanzano of Iona University. Our wonderful political panel will be sticking with us throughout the next few hours. But we also want to touch on the breaking news that we woke up to today, the documents case that Donald Trump has been charged in Florida, now dismissed by Judge Aileen Cannon on grounds that Jack Smith, the special counsel who brought the case, was appointed unconstitutionally. So let's get some reaction from Florida now. Dave Ehrenberg is joining us. He is Palm Beach County State Attorney. Dave, we've spoken with you about this case at length for more than a year since it was first brought against Donald Trump, and he was arraigned down in Miami last June. And then, poof, there it goes. What do you expect to happen from here?
Jack Smith is going to appeal this, Kaylee. He's going to take it to the 11th Circuit, maybe up to the U.S. Supreme Court. The Supreme Court may then weigh in on this. I think a reason why Judge Cannon decided to go ahead and do this was because she got a green light from Justice Clarence Thomas, who wrote a concurring opinion in the immunity decision that set a roadmap for her to do this. Now, notably, no other justice signed on to his opinion. Maybe it was because he wasn't asked to give his thoughts on this issue, or maybe because they disagree with him. But this is the first time that a judge has thrown out the special counsel statute as unconstitutional when years have gone by with judges repeatedly acknowledging that it is constitutional. So this is Judge Cannon doing Judge Cannon things, and she will be appealed. And I do expect Jack Smith also to ask the 11th Circuit to remove her from the case. But ultimately, I do think this is headed to the Supreme Court. And the fact that Justice Thomas gave that opinion gives her some cover.
Fascinating. In this case, then, if this appointment was unconstitutional, Dave, what does it mean for Jack Smith's other case surrounding January 6th?
This argument that the special counsel is unconstitutional is so outlandish that Donald Trump did not raise it in the D.C. election interference case. He did not even raise it in the Mar-a-Lago documents case. This was raised by outside conservative groups who then were allowed by Judge Cannon not only to submit briefs, but also to give oral arguments. I'd never even heard of that before. So where does this go? It's going to be up to the Supreme Court, I think, to determine whether the statute is constitutional. I expect it is, but it will not affect the D.C. case yet until the Supreme Court weighs in. I mean, shouldn't it affect Hunter Biden? I mean, Hunter Biden is being prosecuted by a special counsel. David Weiss, who was kept on. Now, he originally was a U.S. attorney who was confirmed by the U.S. Senate, but not for this role as special counsel. So perhaps that puts his convictions in jeopardy too, right? I mean, be careful what you ask for. I mean, this could upturn the whole apple cart.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Dave, we were just speaking about that with a member of the House Judiciary Committee. Congresswoman Victoria Sparks was with us, and she did suggest that all special counsels should really be in question, that it does indeed cut both ways, and perhaps that would also go through for special counsel Hur, who released that report on Joe Biden and his age and memory all those months ago. As we look at specifically Donald Trump, though, knowing that it was last week that he was supposed to be sentenced in the New York hush money case in which he was actually convicted of 34 felony counts, that sentencing is now set for September, but of course his legal team has filed to have that dismissed in its entirety. Does this ruling from Cannon set a tone as to how that is likely to go, knowing that that immunity ruling from the Supreme Court upended all of this?
Judge Merchan is not going to take any marching orders from Judge Cannon. Total separate jurisdiction sovereignty. You have Judge Cannon, a federal judge in the Southern District of Florida. You have Judge Merchan, a state judge in New York. And Trump's already been found guilty of 34 counts, and it pertained to his actions before he was elected president. The payoff to Stormy Daniels and the cover-up occurred before, although some of the cover-up continued while he was president, but that doesn't undo it. You don't get immunity for unofficial acts. Now, there is a question as to whether the testimony of Hope Hicks, since she was a presidential aide, should have been allowed in based on the broad Supreme Court ruling. I think that even if her testimony should not have been allowed, that doesn't overturn the whole case. It would be harmless error. The jury did not make its decision in the case based on her testimony. You know how we know that, Kaylee? It's because when they asked their questions during deliberations, they wanted to hear back the testimony of Michael Cohen and David Pecker, not Hope Hicks, not Madeline Westerhout. So I think that conviction will stand.
Fascinating. As we stand by for an exclusive conversation here on Bloomberg TV and radio, David Rubenstein will be sitting down momentarily, as you can see on your screen, with Jay Powell, the Fed chair. When they begin their conversation, we'll turn things over. On this first day of the Republican National Committee, good news for Donald Trump on the legal front. Dave, when you look at this from the 30,000-foot view, if he is in fact elected, all of this goes away. What happens to Georgia?
Georgia remains, as does New York, because state prosecutions are pardon-proof, and also the Attorney General doesn't get to dismiss cases in state courts. That's one of the great things, Joe, about this job of being a state attorney, is that the U.S. Attorney General, the president, they're not our bosses. It's the people of our communities. So those cases will remain. Whether the case in Georgia ever goes because of all the shenanigans, all the stuff that Fonnie Willis is dealing with there, I don't know. But the convictions against Trump in New York should stay. And then what will happen? Well, Trump will sit in the Oval Office. He will surround himself with Secret Service, and he will dare Georgia to go get him. He will dare New York to come get him. So we're going to have a constitutional crisis. But that's what's going to happen. If Trump returns to the White House, he will order his Attorney General to just dismiss all the federal cases and then thumb his nose at the state authorities. So that's our future if he does get elected.
Well, and if he does indeed get elected, for all the rhetoric surrounding the weaponization, not just of the justice system, but what many have suggested is many facets of the American government being weaponized against Donald Trump. Are we more likely to see it, Dave? And I recognize that no one can predict the future, be that weaponization flips back at the Democratic Party, or that actually some of the system of justice within the United States gets dismantled in some way with power stripped from, say, special counsels.
Haley, we just saw a federal judge who was appointed by Donald Trump dismiss a case against Donald Trump on a grounds that no other judge has ever done before. And the Republicans are talking about the weaponization of the criminal justice system. We saw the U.S. Supreme Court delay the D.C. election interference case against Donald Trump when they could have intervened last December and then delayed it, and then come up with a broad immunity decision that nowhere else has any court has ever said, and there's no precedent for it in the Constitution. And we're still talking about the weaponization of the system against Donald Trump. I would submit that it's Trump and his allies who have been able to successfully use the system to their own benefit. Meanwhile, state prosecutors are not beholden to anyone in the White House. So I think the weaponization argument fails.
Yeah. All right, Dave Ehrenberg, Palm Beach County State Attorney, thank you so much for joining us while we are here in Milwaukee. We want to go now, though, to Washington, D.C. at the Economic Club of Washington, where our very own David Rubenstein is sitting down with Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
Over the weekend, there was tragic events in Pennsylvania. Some people wondered whether that would affect the markets today. Can you give us any insight as to whether you think it's had any impact on the markets?
David, I think I'll leave the markets out of it for a second, if I can, and just say that it was really a very sad day for our country. Political violence has no place in our society, and I condemn it in the strongest terms. I know we all do. A man died at a political rally. 2 other people were critically injured. It's just a sad day. And I'll say that I'm grateful that the injuries to the former president were not more serious. I'd rather not comment on the markets. It's too...
Okay. So let's get another answer that you don't want to give.
No foreplay, huh?
So there are a few billion people in the world who are waiting to see what interest rates are going to be doing. Do you have any insights on where interest rates might be going?
So I'm going to take that as a great opportunity to talk a little bit about the economy and then talk about where that leaves us with policy. So I would just start by saying that the U.S. economy has performed really remarkably well over the last couple of years. 2023, last year, was a year in which the economy grew well above 3%. The labor market remained very strong, unemployment remained very low, and inflation came down at quite a sharp pace, particularly in the second half of the year, by a very large amount. And that forecast was almost unheard of. It was unheard of before 2022. So big upside surprise that year. This year, we had expected the economy to slow a bit gradually, the labor market to continue to gradually cool off after being overheated a couple of years ago, and inflation to continue to make progress. And something like that is basically what has happened. The economy is growing now at about 1.5% in the first half of the year. Most forecasters have about a 2% growth rate for the full year. The labor market, again, has moved into better and better balance to the point where I think you can now say it's essentially no tighter than it was in 2019 before the pandemic. Remember that the labor market of 2019 was a very strong labor market. So we're back to that place, no longer overheated. On inflation, in the first quarter, we didn't make any more progress. The second quarter, actually, we did make some more progress. We've had now 3 better readings, and if you average them, that's a pretty good pace. So turning to policy, your question, what we've said is that we didn't think it would be appropriate to begin to loosen policy until we had greater confidence that inflation was moving sustainably down to 2%. We've been waiting on that, and I would say we didn't gain any additional confidence in the first quarter, but the 3 readings in the second quarter, including the one from last week, do add somewhat to confidence. We've also said that we're a dual mandate bank. For a long time since inflation arrived, it's been appropriate to focus mainly on inflation, but now that inflation has come down and the labor market has indeed cooled off, we're going to be looking at both mandates. They're in much better balance, and that means that if we were to see an unexpected weakening in the labor market, then that might also be a reason for reaction by us.
Okay, I think I understand. So to put it in terms I can for sure understand, the markets are suggesting, the futures markets, that there's a 90% chance that the Fed will lower its discount rate in September. Do you think the markets know what they're talking about?
So today I'm not going to be sending any signals one way or the other on any particular meeting. So just to ruin the fun right at the beginning. I simply, we're going to make these decisions meeting by meeting, and we're going to make them on the basis of the data as they come in, the evolving data, the evolving outlook, and also the balance of risks now that the 2 mandates are basically close to being in balance.
All right, there are some people who say that the Fed would not like to lower interest rates in a presidential campaign period because you could be criticized for helping one party or another. Do you have any comment on whether that's an accurate view?
I do. So our undertaking at all times is that we'll make our decisions based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, balance of risks, and only on that. We don't take political considerations into account. We don't put up a political filter on our decisions. That would not. It's hard enough to make these decisions based on the appropriate factors. If you're going to add a whole different filter in an area where we're not experts, that's not going to improve the quality of our decisions, and it's also not the orders we have from Congress. Our orders from Congress are to use our tools to foster maximum employment and price stability, and to do so without political considerations. That's what we're always going to do. If you look at the modern record, that is what we do, and we don't think about election cycles or anything that's political.
Okay. So the Fed has set a target for inflation of 2%. Now, can you clarify, does that mean that the inflation rate has to be at 2% before you're ready to move, if you are ready to move, or does it have to be within sight? And what does it mean to be within sight?
So when we change interest rates, that tightens financial conditions, and that in turn affects economic outcomes, growth, labor markets, and ultimately inflation, but with lags that can be long and variable, as Milton Friedman famously said. And the implication of that is that if you wait until inflation gets all the way down to 2%, you've probably waited too long, because the tightening that you're doing, or the level of tightness that you have, is still having effects which will probably drive inflation below 2%. So we've been very clear that you wouldn't wait for inflation to get all the way down to 2%. Our test has been for the past quite some time, 2% target. And what increases that confidence in that is more good inflation data. And lately here, we have been getting some of that.
Okay. So when you say we, let's talk about who we is. The FOMC, for those who don't follow Washington acronyms, it stands for what? What is the FOMC?
It's the Federal Open Market Committee.
Okay. And who is on that committee?
It's a little bit complicated, our structure is. We have 7 governors here in Washington, all nominated by the president and confirmed to staggered 14-year terms. And we have 12 Reserve Bank presidents at reserve banks around the country. All 19, 7 plus 12, are participants on the FOMC. In any given year, all of the 7 governors vote, and 5 of the 12 Reserve Bank presidents vote. But one of the voters is always the New York Fed.
Okay, and so when you have an FOMC meeting, how many do you have a year?
We have 8 a year.
Okay, so you have 8 a year, and when you get together for 2 days or so?
We do. So it generally starts at noon or in the morning of a Tuesday, and we go all day. We generally talk about the economy, the financial stability issues, whatever special topics there may be. And at the end of the day, each person speaks on those things, and I speak at the end of that day. Then there's a brief presentation on monetary policy, and then we go to dinner upstairs in the Martin Building, and we come back the next morning. We come in at 9 o'clock, and we talk about monetary policy until we're satisfied with the outcome on monetary policy, and that usually takes most of the morning.
Okay, so when you go into an FOMC meeting the first day, do you pretty much know where you want to come out at the end of the second day, or you want to listen to everybody and you haven't made up your mind yet?
You know, the way it works is that, I talk to the other 18 participants regularly, and I talk to all of them at least once in the 10 days before the meeting. And I'm thinking about this 3 or 4 weeks before the meeting. What should we want to achieve? What data do we need to see? How do we want to change our communications? All those things. And so I talk to people, listen to them, and I try to put together an answer that has broad support on the committee. And so when we go into the committee on Tuesday morning, I'm confident usually that I know where this is going to go. But, things happen. We get data during the meeting sometimes. Events happen. But largely you go in kind of knowing what the likely outcome is. And that's the design of it.
So normally, if somebody calls somebody, you call all the other board members, FOMC members from time to time. When you call them, do you have a trouble getting your call returned, or you get a call right back, or do they take your call right away?
These calls are scheduled generally, and they go all day long. I have, like, the Friday before the meeting, I think I have 11 half-hour calls, and it's pretty. We talk about the economy. We talk about very specific aspects of the economy, about our mandate, and then we talk about policy. So there's a lot to talk about. I take pretty careful notes, and people think, but by this point, they've read all of the preparatory materials probably twice. They've talked about it with their staffs, and so you get a really good sense of what people's thinking is. It's a very good process.
But you don't feel you have to have unanimity when you make a decision, right?
No, I always try to listen carefully to everybody. And I find that if you do listen and understand people's points and try very hard to incorporate them into what we're doing, for most people, most of the time, that's going to be enough. People do dissent. That's completely fine. We actually have, given that we have 12 reserve banks with their own economic staff and people with different backgrounds on the board and among the reserve banks, we have a disparity of views at every meeting on every question. But people do. I think there's a you want to dissent on important things, and so people are perfectly able to dissent, and when they think that's appropriate, they do.
So a lot of people in Washington, government agencies, are very good at leaking things. You're not that good at that. Why doesn't the Fed leak more? Why don't you kind of leak a lot more about what you're going to do? You just don't leak that much.
I'm kind of proud of that, actually. We do take our obligations to confidentiality very, very seriously, and because we know, how consequential it would be for someone at the Fed to be leaking. Our whole success depends on having the public's confidence that we're ethical and that we're working on behalf of all Americans and not on behalf of ourselves, and we're not leaking and that kind of thing. So we do have a culture. When we're working on for example, a regulatory matter or some matter involving one of the banks, it never leaks out of the Fed. So I am proud of that record.
Okay, so if you go back in history, when inflation began to arise after COVID, at some point people said, including you, that it was transitory. In hindsight, what do you think people missed about the nature of the inflation? Why was it more enduring than people initially thought?
So this is a question that people will be writing papers about and debating long after all of us are gone. And it's early to say. It's actually kind of soon to be answering it. But I think so here's my answer to that question. When inflation arrived in March of 2023, it was really coming out of the goods sector, and it was connected to really high demand for goods, and it was. And you know, the supply chains, global supply chains, which account for most manufactured goods, collapsed because of too much demand and because of COVID. And you know, and to us, that looked like a temporary, fleeting situation. We also lost several million people out of the labor force, so wages went way up as the economy really boomed when we reopened the economy. And we thought, you know, we were getting vaccines were coming in, and we thought that would fix itself too. Kids would go back to school. We essentially overestimated how quickly the economy would return to normal. These things finally did happen in 2023, but they didn't happen in 2021 or 2. And what we meant by transitory was that it would go away fairly quickly without the need for our intervention. You don't want to intervene with interest rates if something's going to go away quickly without us intervening, because, you know, monetary policy, as I mentioned, works with long and variable lags. So the lure is you look through things like a temporary oil shock. So that was the mistake, was that it actually didn't reverse itself. The problems with the supply side didn't reverse themselves until 2023, when they really did, when we got a big burst of employment, and also the supply chains were fixed.
So in hindsight, now knowing everything you now know, would you have done anything differently? Would you have had less quantitative easing? Would you have changed interest rates differently? What would you have done differently now knowing everything we now know?
You know, it's almost unfair. You know, hindsight's always 20/20, right? You know, we remember what we were doing in real time. We went from a really nice economy in December of 2019 to a global partial shutdown of the economy, and we were contemplating, there was no thought that vaccines were around the corner, the economy's closing down. We were looking at severe and perhaps prolonged downside risks. Literally people thinking and doing work on, are we going to have another depression? Is it going to be the 1930s? So governments around the world, and in particular the United States government, really went to work to provide a lot of support to the economy. We did everything we could, including many things that were red lines that we never crossed. We crossed them to support the economy and support the financial system. And it was all done because we were managing severe downside risks, which did not materialize. We did not have a depression. And part of that is because of what we did. Then the economy reopens, and demand is very, very strong. And we saw a big burst of inflation everywhere, including in the United States. It was different in different places, but you know, so that's what happened. And you know, it's not. That's how I would answer that.
Okay, but so what you did, you're happy with what you did in hindsight, you would say?
In foresight, I think that the work that we did in 2020 in response to the pandemic will stand up very well in history. I think people will look at the things that we did, and essentially the financial system was grinding to a halt all around the world. We acted. We were the first central bank, and we were the most, you know, supportive. And you know, I think that work will hold together when historians are looking back on it in a long time. I think when you get to the inflation era, that becomes a different question, and you know, people were going to be arguing about that for a long time.
As a result of the action we took, and the economy was thought to slow down a fair bit, and many people use the phrase hard landing to describe, hard landing is a euphemism for a recession, I guess. People thought in 2023 we might have a hard landing. People thought in 2024 we might have a hard landing. And none of these people were economists, professionally trained economists, but they seem to be wrong. So do you rely on these economists very much in the future when you're projecting whether you should listen to their views on where the economy is going, or how do you react to the fact that we haven't had a hard landing and disappointed all those economists?
So I'll just say that you know, as someone famously said, predictions are very difficult, especially about the future. And also, I know a lot of economic forecasters, and forecasters are a humble lot with much to be humble about. It is extremely difficult. Every good forecaster will tell you that it's very, very hard to know what the economy is going to do. To give you a good example. In our Teal book, every FOMC cycle, there's a book that goes out, and there's a baseline forecast in that. And our forecasters are really the top people in the field, and they give you that baseline. They also give you a section in that book which shows 7 or 8 alternative scenarios, which they also regard as plausible. So it's always a probability thing like that. It's like we've identified this one thing. So last year was a big surprise, and it was a big upside surprise. So of course we welcome those. We'd be happy to have more of those. But it just was one of those things where where things turned out much better for a whole variety of reasons. I will say that on the hard landing question, I have always felt like that there was a pathway to getting inflation back down to our 2% goal on a sustainable basis without the kind of pain in the labor market, the kind of high unemployment that has been typical of tightening cycles and getting inflation down. And the reason why my colleagues and I thought that was that the labor market was so overheated that it could cool down quite a bit without having to. There still is apparently no slack in the labor market. The labor market does not have slack. Essentially, you're at equilibrium now. But look where inflation is. Inflation's at 2.5%. So this was in defiance of a lot of conventional wisdom, but we thought that was right. And that says that you have to be, one thing you learn is humility in forecasting. But so I wouldn't rule it out. But I would say that the kind of hard landing scenario is certainly not the most likely or a likely scenario.
So you have said you have a target of 2% inflation. You want to get it in sight of 2%. Do you have a similar target for unemployment? If unemployment went to 4%, are you saying, well, that's okay because we don't need to do anything because 4% is tolerable? Or do you have such a similar kind of target as you do with inflation?
So you can't reduce unemployment to a single number because for a couple reasons. First of all, the natural rate of unemployment probably moves through the cycle and over time. Maximum employment is a function of many, many different variables. It doesn't reduce itself to a specific number that would be durable over time. So inflation has 2% inflation some years ago became the global standard that everyone aims for in one way or another.
Some people have suggested that the Fed's independence is not as good as people talk about it being, and that maybe we'd better have more White House coordination with the Fed. I'm sure you've heard about this.
I think that...
any comments on that?
I'd be happy to comment on what independence, on the point of central bank independence. So I think a long time ago, people have learned that a central bank that's independent of political consideration does a better job getting inflation under control. And that is accepted wisdom in all advanced economies around the world. It's also a principle that has very, very strong and broad support where it really matters, which is in Congress. You talk to senior leaders in both chambers, in both political parties, and they all understand that you want an independent central bank that doesn't run monetary policy to support or oppose any particular politician or political party.
Independence is one thing, but you still have some information sharing. So how do you coordinate or share information with the administration? Do you regularly meet with the Secretary of Treasury or White House staff people, or how do you communicate with them?
So there's a very standard set of relationships which doesn't change at all, administration to administration, and I'll start anywhere, but Council of Economic Advisors is in the White House. We have lunch with them every month or so, although they get canceled sometimes because we're all busy. That's one thing. I have breakfast with the Secretary of the Treasury every week, unless she's traveling or I'm traveling. I have, since there was a National Economic Council, there's been an irregular / sometimes irregular breakfast with the head of the NEC, and I do that too.
Do you ever get a call from the President of the United States saying interest rates are too high or something like that?
So, no. I would say that meetings with the president are rare and appropriately so.
Okay. So you were originally appointed to the board of the Fed by President Obama, and you're appointed chair by President Trump and reappointed by President Biden, and your term as chair goes through, I think, May of 2026.
That's right.
So any thought about staying through all the way through May 2026? You're going to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And if some president came along and said, well, you did a great job, I'd like to reappoint you, would you consider that?
I have nothing for you on that today.
Okay. All right. And is being chair of the Fed a enjoyable job or not so much?
It is, actually. I think I enjoy it. I enjoy it quite a bit. I do. First of all, it's a great honor. It's incredibly interesting. I love the people we work with. I love the institution. At this time in my life, it's just been a great thing. I'm in my 13th year there now, and it's been really challenging and all that. But what else would you want? I'm very happy doing the job.
So you're obviously in pretty good shape. How do you stay in shape? Do you walk a lot, or you ride bikes, or what do you do?
Yes, I do those things. I swim, I ride my bike, I go to the gym a lot. I try to stay fit, as you'll remember from our days together.
Right. So but when you were, let's say, riding a bike, do people, get out of the way, or do you have?
Nobody knows you with a bike helmet and goggles on. You're just another person on the road.
So I think you have said somewhere that when the Fed does lower interest rates, not saying that you're saying it's going to do that, but if the Fed does lower interest rates at some point, you didn't think it was ever going to go back to kind of the free money practically of years ago when interest rates were almost zero. Is that a fair statement, that you don't think it's a good idea to go back to interest rates as low as they once were?
The period between the global financial crisis and the pandemic was historically unusual from the standpoint that we had ever lower interest rates through that era, including part of the era when, for example, sovereign debt of major European sovereigns was trading at a significantly negative rate. And so that was quite unusual. And still, even with rates that low, inflation was very low, below target. So the question is what caused that, and are the forces that caused that gone for now? And I think most people attribute the low inflation era to slow-moving forces like demographics, globalization, technological evolution, things like that. And those may or may not have changed, but nonetheless, I look at where we are now. Our funds rate is at 5.3%, roughly, give or take, and it feels like it's restrictive, but not severely restrictive. So it tells me that rates, at least for now, the neutral rate must have risen, probably has risen from where it was during the inter-crisis period. And I think instinctively, I can't prove this. We're going to learn about this empirically, but it seems to me that the neutral rate is probably higher than it was during the inter-crisis period, and so rates will be higher.
So the Federal Reserve, without saying you're going to lower interest rates at this point, if you did lower interest rates at some time, I thought you had said you didn't want to lower interest rates and then maybe say, well, maybe we made a mistake and we're going to increase them again. You want to have a policy that's fairly consistent for a while. In other words, lower interest rates but not bounce back and forth every FOMC meeting. Is that a fair summary?
That wouldn't be a great outcome, but we don't want to be too risk averse. I think we want to, we know that the economy is unpredictable, and the test we've set is we want to have greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%, or alternatively, if we see unexpected weakening in the labor market, or some combination of those two. And when we see that, and the data really show that, and that's reflected in our confidence and our understanding, then it'll be time for us to move. And we won't worry. Of course, it wouldn't be great if you were moving up and down quite a bit. That wouldn't be ideal.
Some of your predecessors used to speak in what I call Fed speak, which is to say incomprehensible to the average person. You try to actually explain things. Is that because you're not an economist, or you just like to explain things better because you actually sort of explain what you're likely to do at the Fed and then you actually explain afterwards? Does that upset a lot of people at the Fed that you actually try to put it in English?
No, I don't think so. No, as you know, I enjoy communicating with people, and I didn't have a career as an academic economist. I'm not a trained economist, so I don't speak like one. And that seems to, I do hear a lot from, for example, people on Capitol Hill that they really appreciate that they can understand what I'm saying.
So today, the ECB lowered their interest rates recently. So why do you think the ECB lowered interest rates before the Federal Reserve? Did their economies weaker than ours, or what?
Yeah, so they're different. There are differences if you look around the world, and the big difference between the United States and many other nations is just that our economy has been so much stronger. Europe went through, the European Union went through significant Eurozone, a significant period of very, very low growth, while we were growing, 3% plus last year. So we're in a different place. And I mean, actually, what's more remarkable about the current situation is how much there is in common between what happened. The global inflation broke out everywhere. Central banks did kind of very similar things. There's little differences in timing in terms of starting to loosen policy, but really the era, I think, will be known much more for its commonalities than it is for its differences like this.
So when the FOMC makes a decision, let's say to increase rates or lower rates, they finish their final meeting, you are authorized then to go out and explain what it is. How long before after the meeting ends before you go out and in public explain it? Is it 20 minutes or so?
It's 3 or 4 hours usually.
3 or 4 hours?
Yes, because the meeting might end at, I'm out at 2:30 p.m. That's when the press conference starts at 2:30, so usually the meeting's over by 11.
And you don't worry that things will leak out in that interim period of time, I assume?
No, I don't. Okay. People know better than that, I think. And
so in some parts of the society these days, people are making decisions based on something called artificial intelligence, AI. Have you thought about, calling up ChatGPT and saying, here's all the data we have. What do you think about would be a good idea? Have you ever thought about that, or they're not going to like you to do that?
We haven't done that. I mean, we have done little things like we've asked ChatGPT to generate questions for the press conference. Oh. And I'm happy to report for any journalists who are here that the questions were not as good as the ones we get from real journalists. So,
what about my questions? How do they compare to my questions? Okay, no comment. Right, so they weren't that great. Okay. So today, at the Federal Reserve Board, you are not involved in picking anybody who's on the Federal Reserve Board. The president makes those decisions. Do they ever call you for advice on who you might pick or they might pick?
It has happened, but it's, I would say, not the norm now. Okay. The Reserve Bank presidents are different. We play a role with the search committees from the Reserve Banks on that.
So every summer there's a meeting of the Federal Reserve people out in Jackson Hole. What do you all do out there? I mean, I always wonder, you wear cowboy boots, you go on ride horses. What do you all do? Why do you need to go to Jackson Hole? Why not go to, someplace closer than to Washington, D.C., Baltimore, like?
Cowboy boots are worn by some, but not all. I don't wear them myself. But it's what it is. It's an academic conference. So the Kansas City Fed, which puts this on, they'll pick a topic, and then they'll find really top economists to write papers about that topic or more than one topic. You come to Jackson Hole. They present their paper, people critique it, they praise it, and that kind of thing, and that's the mornings. And in the afternoon, people go take a hike, and let me be clear, this is not a rate hike, it's an actual physical hike.
But you usually make a speech out there, I think,
yes.
Every year.
That's traditionally, not every, I've done this every year, but not every Fed chair has done it every year, but I give the opening speech, and it doesn't have to have anything to do with the topic of the conference. I just give a speech.
And is it carefully worked on by the staff? You make sure you say something that sounds interesting, but you don't make any news?
No, actually, so I try to do, typically what I do is I talk about it's really focused on the economic outlook and that kind of thing at any given point in time. At Jackson Hole, I've tried to take a step back or move to a higher level and try to say things that have a little more generality to them and see what can we learn, for example.
Now, the Federal Reserve is over 100 years old. It was created under Woodrow Wilson. If you were around then, what would you have suggested they do better than they did in creating the system? Or do you think the system works pretty well after 100 years and you wouldn't change it very much?
what Congress did in 1933. So the original Fed didn't have an FOMC, and it really didn't function very well during the early parts of the Depression or during other. So in 1933, the current structure was put in place, and that's with the FOMC, with the number of governors and the voting arrangements. And I think that arrangement is fine. It works really well. In the 70s, the dual mandate was added. But ultimately, we're not looking for any law change. We think we have the authorities that we need. We think that the law is in just a fine place.
Okay, so basically you think the system works reasonably well as it is today. And today, what is the biggest economic challenge you think facing the country? Is it growth? Is it inflation? Hard landing potentially? Or what are you most worried about? What keeps you up at night, if anything, in the economy?
So I'll say in the short term, that's what keeps me up, like literally, the thing I'm thinking about in the middle of the night is always this balance we have between not wanting to, if we ease too early, we can undermine the progress on inflation. And if we wait too late, we can undermine economic activity. We can undermine the expansion. And, so we want to get this right. And getting it right is incredibly important for the people we serve. So that is really, that's what I spend a lot of my thinking time on. Longer term, there are lots of things to worry about, but that's really what keeps me up.
Most people, they have dinner with friends or sometimes. How can you have dinner with friends without hinting what you're thinking about? And do you ever get suggestions from your friends at dinner, this is what you should do? And how do you respond when they kind of say, maybe you should lower interest rates? You just keep eating or what?
You might define the word friend to mean doesn't ask you about interest rates. So. No, people don't do that generally. People I don't know will always say, hey, cut rates. Somebody said that in the elevator this morning.
Did that influence you or no?
I said, thank you, sir. No, but I mean, people say things, but, it's fine.
Okay, so today, for somebody that would like to be the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board in the future, is that a job you would recommend to your best friend or your best enemy?
I think it's a great job. I think, again, the last thing Chairman Bernanke said to me as he was that day, I went to see him that day, his last day at the Fed, he said, you learn so much at the Fed. And remember, Ben Bernanke was a top 5 monetary economist in the world when he arrived at the Fed. So he learned a lot at the Fed. So can you imagine how much I've learned, starting? So it's never felt like work. It's so interesting all the time. And also, the dedication of the people who work there, and the staff, these are people who have chosen a life of not being in the public spotlight. They just want to do their work and serve the public, and they're very dedicated. It's a wonderful place, and I would recommend the job.
So the Fed is also responsible for, the way the Fed is set up, you're worried about a stable currency, I assume, and stable, well, not currency, you're worried about
stable prices.
Inflation.
Yeah.
And you're worried about unemployment, but you have you don't make any decisions about what the impact is going to be on the currency or the dollar. In other words, the impact of what you decide to do on the dollar is not something you're mandated to worry about. Is that right?
That's right. The administration has that portfolio, the management of the dollar, for what that is. It used to be something different than what it is now. But for us, the effects of the things that we do or don't do on the dollar are just another financial variable, like equity prices or things like that.
But do you worry, if you worry about inflation, as you obviously are, what about the debt the United States has? We have $35 trillion of outstanding in government indebtedness, and we're adding about $1.6 to $2 trillion more or less every year. Aren't you worried about that on the impact of the economy on inflation?
So I am very worried over time about the deficits that we're running. It's not the Fed's job. We don't give Congress advice, but let me just say that we're on an unsustainable path. That doesn't mean that the level of debt we have is unsustainable. It's not. But the path we're on, where we're running, large deficits at a time of full employment and healthy growth, is not a sustainable one over time. And we really need to get to work on that. I would hope this is a top-line issue for elected people whose job it is not our job. And I believe that I do talk to quite a few elected officials in Congress, and I think there is a rising sense that it's time to do something about that. And it will take bipartisan action to address.
Let me ask you, in dealing with Congress, you testify, I think at least twice a year before members of Congress, and you do the House side and the Senate side. Have you ever suggested them having a joint committee so you don't have to say the same thing twice, or they don't like that?
This is in the law. It's twice in February and twice in July, so it's 4 times a year. This is the Humphrey Hawkins put that in, and you know it's a tradition. And so the Senate went first last week. The House went first in this March, so they alternate. I think it would take, I don't know what it would take.
Do you get a lot of questions from members that you think are really adding a lot of good advice to you? Or
I think the members ask excellent questions, yes. Thank you for asking. They do. I'm generally very much pleased.
But you spend a fair amount of time with members of Congress compared to some of your predecessors. Is that because you think that they add a lot of value, or you just think it's a good courtesy to do that?
I think it's part of our job. You know, in our system of government, it is the legislature that has oversight over the Fed. It's not the executive branch. In a parliamentary system, they're sort of one and the same. So it's the 2 committees, and so I spend a great deal of time up on the Hill talking to people in both political parties, House and Senate, just finding out what's on their mind and really trying to take on board their thoughts on the economy and on what we're doing. And I think they appreciate that. And I think that to me is really a big part of this job.
The Fed depends on data, but how good is the Fed data collection efforts? In other words, are you using the same data collection methods you used 20, 30 years ago, or do you, because of technology, you have better data collection methods than before? And are you convinced you have data that's as good as the private sector has?
Most of the data that we get is the same that everybody else gets. The unemployment data, the inflation data, not collected by the Fed. We do some data collection, and we've actually been, you know, dabbling in big data efforts for more than a decade. So I think we're very focused on the quality of data and collecting different kinds of economic data. During the pandemic, of course, it became necessary to do all kinds of, find all sorts of, different sorts of data to reflect what was going on in the economy. We did a lot of that too.
So when you became the chair of the Fed, what was the best advice somebody gave you who was a previous chair of the Fed?
What comes to mind, I can't think of one thing. I thought that what Chairman Greenspan said was get a set of earmuffs.
And when you eventually are not the chair of the Fed and if somebody succeeds you, what would be the advice you would give them about how to be a good chair of the Fed?
You know, to me, I think it's a very special American institution, and it's one that works to serve all Americans. And absolutely critical to that is staying in our lane, sticking to our knitting, not running to reach out to the big hot political issues of the day. And I think that's critical, because once you do that, if that's going to be what you do, what's the case for your independence? You know, Congress has given us these powers. They've left us alone to do it. And really we need to do those things and resist the temptation to expand that mandate. That's what I probably will say to my successor.
And when you want to go out to, let's have a dinner in a restaurant, do you worry that people are listening to what you're saying, they're eavesdropping, or you don't say anything that anybody has to make you worry about?
So that is exactly what I worry about. I have found that I get recognized now, and people at the next table are always listening. So we don't really go to restaurants.
So what do? You just go in a private room, or you don't go to restaurants?
If you're at a restaurant, you need to be in a private room, because of course the people free-take. And by the way, if someone at your table were to be well served and start to speak loudly, everyone's hearing that too. So you got to be. We just don't do that for now. We go to we eat at home a lot. We eat at friends' houses.
Okay. Well, your wife is here. Where is she? She's right there. How long have you been married now?
15. Oh, 39 years.
39. You had to add that up.
Do the arithmetic, yeah.
39 years. And you have how many children?
3 children.
And any grandchildren?
We have 3 grandchildren, 3 little boys, the oldest of whom is 3, and all in the same family. So this is going to be quite a little place to visit.
Okay. Well, look, we've known each other a long time. I congratulate you on doing a great job at the Fed and avoiding the hard landing. And thanks for earlier telling me when you're going to lower interest rates in our private meeting. I now know when interest rates are going to go down. No, actually, that's not true.
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
Right, okay, of course. Jay, thanks for a great job you're doing for the country.
Thank you, David.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell sitting down with our very own David Rubenstein at the Economic Club of Washington. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. We are broadcasting to you live from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. Where, Joe, we are expecting to hear a great deal of policy at the RNC this week, including on economic policy. Yep. And interesting to hear from Chairman Powell about not just the nature of where interest rates are going and how confident he is in the inflation data we're seeing, but also speaking of things like the deficit and the independence of the Fed.
The independence of the Fed and I guess the non-political nature of the Fed.
Yes.
So many questions about whether September is in play here. Kaylee, pretty interesting conversation in a way that only David Rubenstein could bring to us. And I will note here, as we take a look at the markets, Kaylee, the theme of this first day of the Republican National Convention is the economy. And that is what we're going to be hearing lawmakers and other dignitaries speaking to later on today.
Yeah, and of course, as you mentioned, checking out the markets here, the S&P 500 up about 0.4% off on the day. We're off session highs, but still we're looking at records here. We're up about the same amount on the NASDAQ 100 and the Dow. Interesting to see the bond market not reacting too much. So if you look at that sensitive two-year yield to Fed policy, we were actually down on the day by a couple of basis points. Now we're exactly even. The two-year at 4.45 at the moment. The 10-year yield is up by about 5 basis points. We're looking at about 4.23 there. Of course, when you're the chairman of the Federal Reserve, what you are often trying to do is make sure that you do not move the markets and break any news. But let's see if we did get any new information from the Fed chairman and bring in Bloomberg's Michael McKee, our international economics and policy correspondent. So, Mike, we did hear from Powell there talking about the idea that, yes, there was more confidence given to the Fed by the second quarter inflation data, if not the first. What does that mean as we look ahead to September?
Well, it doesn't mean a whole lot right now, but it does suggest that the Fed's getting closer to a rate cut. Powell seemed relatively confident about the progress that they have made. He noted that the last 3 inflation readings, including the most recent CPI, have been encouraging, but he didn't want to go as far as saying this gives us the confidence we need to cut. And then he went on to say, I'm not going to give any hints about policy at future meetings today. So basically, he's leaving his options open, but it does kind of take July off the table in the sense that the Fed doesn't like to surprise markets. So the idea that he would, at this point, cut rates without already starting to hint at it. He didn't do that. So it probably means they're not going to do something in July. What's interesting, though, and you can see it there, is the measure of September rate cut, which had been priced in earlier today, is now priced out slightly at 96 basis points. It would be 100 basis points for one cut. So markets are taking a sort of pessimistic view of this in general, although I guess some areas of the stock market are starting to price in the idea of a rate cut.
Well, it's interesting, Michael, the headline, we don't put political filters on our decisions. Wasn't that the chairman's way of saying that September is in play?
Yeah, it's a way of saying September is in play. It's the same answer that he and every other member of the Open Market Committee give when asked, because a lot of people are looking at the calendar saying September 18th is pretty close to Election Day. There's no other meeting before Election Day, so they could cut rates then, which might be seen as an effort to help the incumbent. And the Fed has always argued that they don't do that, and history has shown that they don't let politics interfere. I think more important to the Fed is the idea that there are members of the party that is meeting in Milwaukee who have suggested changes to the Fed's mandates, and they are concerned about that. They don't want anybody to open up the Federal Reserve Act because all sorts of bad things could happen in terms of Fed independence.
Well, and that is kind of what we heard from the chairman at the end there, Mike. He talked about Fed independence and the idea that if he were to give advice to his successor, that they should not risk the temptation around expanding the mandate, which of course right now is just maximum employment and a 2% inflation target. As we think about the balance between those two sides of the mandate, though, hearing the chairman talking about the labor market there, is it now more really about the jobs picture than about the inflation picture, given where inflation levels have been able to come down to, even though we're not yet at 2%?
Well, it is to the extent that we see inflation continue to move down. Of course, any upward surprise would change the calculation. But right now, they are keeping an eye on the unemployment rate because it has risen. We're at 4.1%, which is where they thought we'd be at the end of the year. So if it goes significantly higher, that might pull forward a rate cut, make September definite, make July a possibility. We'll get the first week of August, the July unemployment figures. So that's something to keep an eye on. But his view was today, as it has been all this month in his various appearances, that unemployment and inflation are pretty much in balance now. They're positioned to move either way, depending on which one moves. But it's no longer that the unemployment rate is too low and that we have a very tight labor market that's pushing up inflation. So that's an encouraging sign for investors.
Michael, it's great to have you with us here at Bloomberg's Michael McKee on a special edition of Balance of Power live from Milwaukee. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons as we keep our eyes on Fiserv Forum, where day one of the RNC is happening just a couple of blocks from where we're sitting here at Bloomberg TV and radio in the field, and we assemble our political panel at this important moment. Rick Davis is with us right now, Stone Court Capital partner alongside Jeannie Shanzano, political science professor at Iona University and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. It's great to have both of you with us here. We're waiting on an announcement for a running mate. The clock is ticking here. Rick, what's happening behind closed doors right now? Because obviously Donald Trump knows who this is. What is the campaign doing to prepare this unveiling?
Yeah, right now, part of what's happening is that the would-be vice president is meeting his team. There's a whole staff that's been built to take him or her from this venue onto a next 3 months of campaigning. And so it's not without its resources and whatnot. And then there's this last minute going through the speeches and making sure they're fine-tuned. They're going to be spending a little bit of time when the delegates aren't in the hall to go and do their walkthroughs to see the stage for the first time. It's probably one of the things Donald Trump will do today, maybe right now. And so there's like administrative things, but by and large, there isn't much politics being done other than, you know, the speeches. But they're also designing these moments, right? The thing you remember from the conventions are one or two emotional moments, you know, when the president walks in and sees the crowd for the first time, or the president and first lady, or, you know, the candidate and his spouse, have some kind of gesture or something that's said at the stage. So that's what the organizers of this convention are trying to do, is figure out what's our moment going to be tonight. And of course, if Donald Trump shows up, that's a ready-made moment.
Well, absolutely. And it does seem that the integrity of the moment with which we all find out who the vice presidential pick actually is, to this point, has been preserved. It hasn't leaked out. We're all still laying in wait. And Rick, earlier in the program, you were bringing up the idea that it could be someone like Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, even though we don't understand him to be on the short list at this time. We're looking at instead Burgum, Rubio, J.D. Vance. And I wonder about the state of Virginia, Jeannie, as we just got new New York Times Siena polling today. Looks just at two states, Pennsylvania, Biden's home state, and where the shooting happened this weekend, and Virginia. And we should advise our listeners and viewers, this poll did happen prior to the shooting, so we have to have that caveat in there. But it shows Trump leading in Pennsylvania. And in Virginia, Biden is only ahead by 3 points, 48 to 45, within the margin of error. So would someone like Glenn Youngkin be a smart pick for Trump? Could he actually turn Virginia red again?
He could. I mean, it is fascinating. I was just looking at this poll. I mean, the idea that Joe Biden is losing at this point, according to this poll, we have to say Pennsylvania, his home state, and then next door, nearby, Virginia, which Democrats, of course, it is really, I think, in my mind, a must win for Democrats. So should that go red, that is a huge problem for the Democrats. And so that does make Glenn Youngkin an attractive, appealing vice presidential presidential candidate. I'm also curious, does the shooting over the weekend change Donald Trump's mind? I mean, all things being equal, if that had never happened, perhaps he had made his choice and stuck with it. But do you move away from somebody like J.D. Vance with a much tougher rhetoric to somebody like a Glenn Youngkin or a Doug Burgum, who have this sort of less rhetorical, strong statements that they've made that may be off-putting to moderates? I also note that they have now added Nikki Haley to the lineup to speak this week. Not that she's in the running to be VP as far as we know, but that's another interesting turn. So he does keep us waiting and watching and wondering. And I think when he gets in there, whether it's tonight or later this week, it is going to be one of those moments that Rick was just talking about that we all remember, especially given the fact the entire nation is rooting for him health-wise, considering what he has just survived.
Donald Trump did an interview with the Washington Examiner in which he said he rewrote his speech. It was going to be a humdinger, he said. Rick, honestly, it's going to be a whole different speech now. It's a chance to bring the country together. I was given that chance. I don't know if you believe the words you're hearing, but he has a moment, a delicate opportunity here to seize on. How different do you think that speech will be than it might have been on Friday?
Oh, I'm suspecting it's probably substantially different. I think you can't imagine what impact just escaping death has on Donald Trump or on anybody else. You could, try to put yourself in that mind frame. But certainly the organizers of the campaign, the managers and the speechwriters and the folks who are charged with getting the most bump out of this convention as they can, they haven't missed that point. And the last thing they want is a divisive political speech where Donald Trump goes up to the podium and eviscerates Joe Biden. And so no doubt everyone's aligned on this. Donald Trump probably feels this way. The campaign's going to want to see something different. And so it's not just Donald Trump's speech. Whoever has been crafting the vice president's speech is going to be having to echo that. It may change the lineup of who introduces the vice presidential candidate. Currently, we had Donald Trump Jr., another pit bull of the Republican Party. I wouldn't be surprised to see a change made there. So I think you're going to see a kindler, gentler Republican convention moving out. Nonetheless political, but definitely tonally different.
Well, and what goes for Republicans also probably goes for Joe Biden as his campaign, at least in rethinking your tone and the way in which you message, be it a threat to democracy or anything else. And I would point out that while we await to hear Donald Trump speak at the convention later this week, we will hear more from Joe Biden this evening as he sits down for an interview on NBC with Lester Holt after hearing from him 3 times within the last several days since the shooting, including an Oval Office address last night where he was talking about unity. Jeannie, knowing that there is going to be this split screen of the RNC and a vice presidential pick up against this interview, what is the winning message here for Joe Biden? What's he trying to do?
I thought his statement yesterday or last night was very strong. I think we're going to hear more of that. He's going to talk about uniting the country, the idea that we don't resolve our differences with guns or with violence. We do it at the ballot box. And I think it's very important that he called and spoke to Donald Trump. We have already noticed on the Republican side some modulating of rhetoric. People like Vivek Ramaswamy, who is a bit of a pit bull like Donald Trump Jr. and J.D. Vance. His tone seems to have moderated. So I don't know if we are just being Pollyannish and hopeful that the tone is moderating. We are, after all, going into a Republican convention, and any convention is about, opposition to your opponents politically. But it does seem like there is a change. And I will just say I've noticed in Donald Trump's rhetoric in particular, this talk about a conversion, the idea that this had that impact that Rick was just talking about, and that Ronald Reagan talked about after he was shot. It changed his life and what he hoped to do and did as president. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen with Donald Trump, but some of that and that really fascinating interview in the Washington Examiner with Selena Zito, that was fascinating. And the fact that he called her was in and of itself really a remarkable moment.
She was at the event.
She was there with her daughter.
And I guess they had an interview set up. He felt bad that they didn't have the opportunity. It is pretty remarkable here. Does Joe Biden need to make news tonight? Or is this simply about normalizing, as Jeannie indicated, the idea of doing interviews like these?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of inappropriateness by the president sort of, horning in on the first night of the Republican convention. In years gone by, there's sort of an understanding that you sort of give the opposition party their convention. So I think, yeah, I mean, I would be shocked if he tried to make news. I buy what Jeannie's saying, that he's just trying to remain relevant. Remember, it was only a couple of days ago we were talking about getting, the Democratic Party purging him from their ticket. Right. And so I think he's trying to manage the transition back to being a favorite of the Democrats. And I think certainly the White House and his campaign feel they need to have him out there showing people that he's vibrant and can handle the difficulties of a presidential campaign and the presidency. So I think that's what tonight's all about.
All right, Rick Davis of Stoneport Capital and Jeannie Shanzano of Iona University, Bloomberg Politics contributors in our political panel here in Milwaukee. Thank you so much. And still ahead, we'll be joined by former Homeland Security official Ashley Davis amid the heightened security here at the RNC in the aftermath of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump over the weekend. We'll have more next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Artificial intelligence. Is artificial intelligence going to enable you and others to say, we have enough information to know exactly what something is going to be worth in terms of insuring it or not?
Artificial intelligence is finding its way into our business in a variety of different factors. I think the first piece is getting much better insight into data, which allows us to make better decisions on underwriting. It's also a great opportunity to service business better in terms of like call centers and different ways of what's using robotics and other AI will be very helpful. But it is an emerging practice within the industry and one that is evolving very quickly. So it's also going to present risks that other companies, how they use it and how they use large language models and making sure the decision making is very sound. So it's complicated, but it definitely is benefiting the business today.
I generally believe I'm a much better CEO right after a vacation than I am before vacation.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, 2 times a day at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world twice a day at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg TV and radio. Context changes everything.
This is a special Balance of Power live from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee on Bloomberg TV and radio. Welcome back. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew, where the news flow has been incessant as we await a vice presidential selection from Donald Trump and continue to assess the aftermath of the attempted assassination of the former president over the weekend. We also got more news in legal land. It's news that maybe favors Donald Trump as well, as the documents case in Florida, Judge Aileen Cannon presiding over it, has now been thrown out by that judge on the grounds that the appointment of Jack Smith, the special counsel who brought the case, was appointed unconstitutionally. So let's go now to Bloomberg's Sarah Forden, who leads our legal coverage out of Washington. Sarah, how unexpected was this, knowing that, yes, Aileen Cannon had been criticized for slow-walking this case? We knew it probably wasn't going to go to trial before the election, but to throw it out entirely, was this expected?
Well, she had been briefing on this topic. She had held hearings, and then she got fundamental support from the opinion just 2 weeks ago in the Supreme Court decision on immunity, where Justice Clarence Thomas specifically raised this question of the constitutionality of the special counsel, and her opinion cites his opinion. So that is kind of the connection here. The ruling today did come as quite a surprise, however.
Sarah, it's Joe. It's great to have you with us here as we join you from Milwaukee today. Let's cut to the chase then. Now that we've had this happen today, there will be no other trials for Donald Trump after New York, right?
We are not seeing any trials on the horizon, at least not before November. This ruling does also raise a question for the January 6th case and whether that will become an issue in that case. But first, more likely, this whole question of the constitutionality of the special counsel is likely to head back to the Supreme Court, where at this point only Justice Clarence Thomas has raised this issue, but certainly there are other conservatives on the court who may well agree with him.
Well, and it's important, Sarah, to consider here, and we were discussing this with a member of the House Judiciary Committee, Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, earlier on the program, the suggestion that a special counsel's appointment may have not been in keeping with the constitutional duties of Congress to have some kind of role. Would that then throw into question, say, the special counsel that brought the case against the president, current president's son, Hunter Biden, David Weiss? Would it call into question special counsel Hur, who was investigating Biden's own handling of classified documents? Just how far could this extend?
So we're taking a look at all the other challenges to special counsels, and the famous, special counsels have been used throughout American history to review some of our most controversial situations. But in the case of David Weiss, the Hunter Biden special counsel, he was actually a U.S. attorney who had been approved and confirmed by the Senate. So under her reasoning, he would be okay to continue his work. Embark. Her point was that Jack Smith was a private citizen. There's no basis for a private citizen to be kind of lobbed into a prosecutorial role unless Congress has explicitly either confirmed that person or passes a law saying that this is an acceptable role for a private citizen.
Mm-hmm. So, Sarah, what's the next important stop on the road here in Donald Trump's legal journey? Is it sentencing in New York in September?
Well, first of all, we are expecting Jack Smith to appeal this particular ruling, so there will very likely be more action in the Florida classified documents case. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a question over whether they are going to try to get Cannon removed from the case and start over. So, of course, all of that would take a lot of time. The next step in the hush money case in New York is for the District Attorney Bragg to respond to the immunity question there. We are expecting Judge Merchan to hold hearings on that, so it's likely the sentencing could even be postponed longer.
With us live from Washington, Sarah, thank you. Bloomberg's Sarah Forden here on Balance of Power. As we turn our attention back to the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee, I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons with the calm before the convention. Joining us now, Ashley Davis, former Homeland Security official and former White House official in the Bush 43 administration. Ashley, it's great to see you in Milwaukee. Thank you for joining us here at the table. I'm sure you're very busy throughout this week. We remind our viewers and listeners that you were the second person in the door at the brand new Department of Homeland Security. Of course, in the wake of 9/11, which was a game changer for security, what happened on Saturday, the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, will be a game changer again?
I think so. I mean, actually, just so I don't insult any of my former colleagues, I was actually employee number 1 at the White House Office of Homeland Security after 9/11. Most forget that the department wasn't created until 2003, which is very important these days because when the department was created is when they put in place the National Special Security Events, which is what the convention is. Both conventions are right now. So there's $75 million that have been given both the Republican convention and the Democrat convention for the Secret Service to take the lead with other security agencies to make sure that this facility as well as Chicago will be very safe. I think the problem right now is the fact that do we have any confidence in the Secret Service? And so I think that's my question. But I
the fact that you have to ask that openly is terrifying.
Absolutely. I mean, what happened Saturday, first of all, it's where I grew up. So I know the area very, very well. The fact that there's very limited, and I'm sure you've heard this many times, and so as your viewers, there's very limited buildings there. So the fact that there was, a football field and a half that this person is really what it is, away from the president. And this morning I saw that the Secret Service is still blaming local law enforcement, which to me, one, we have to remember the Secret Service are the people that actually put the perimeter in place, and 2, they cannot say that this is the local law enforcement's fault. It is a major security breach that stops at the top of the Secret Service.
Well, it also raises the question as to when that breach should have potentially been intercepted. If it really was physically at the location, that individual shouldn't have been able to access the roof with a semi-automatic rifle, or is it a failure in intelligence gathering before that? The idea that there could have been this threat out there against Donald Trump that wasn't accurately assessed. I guess just where in the process is the flaw?
I think I think that planning, number one, that there wasn't someone on that building when it was that close. There should be, and usually just in my former life doing so many events with presidential events, you have people on all those buildings. So the fact that someone was not on that building and then took time to climb up the building, I think that it started beforehand in planning of not having someone there, to answer your question. But I also think the fact that they left that amount of time to have during the actual event is where it really broke down. But I think it's a long process. And going back to your other question about the intelligence before the event, there is so much intelligence happening always, but especially now in this divisive world that we live in, that there are so many threats against both of these candidates that
hard to sort through the noise.
Exactly, but still, that's why you put these people on top of these buildings so it wouldn't happen. And the other thing that was just crazy to me, and a bunch of former Secret Service people were saying it today as well, is the fact that they let him. It's an iconic photo, what happened of him standing up, and that's amazing. But there could have been 3 shooters, even though the one was dead at that point.
So that in itself was a failure.
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is going to be I can't imagine what's going to happen with the investigative people at the Department of Homeland Security, Inspector General, that will do a report on this and see what happened. I mean, it's a major failure.
Is it time to rethink this entire apparatus? Kaylee mentions we spent time with Congresswoman Spartz earlier. And I asked her if it's time to renew this debate over whether members of Congress should have security details. I don't know if that would be part of the Secret Service or part of the Capitol Police. I know it would come at extreme cost, but to your point, the threats continue to increase.
Absolutely, and if you talk to any members of Congress, they're really nervous right now.
Can we afford to do that, or can we afford not to do that?
Look what we spend money on, so I would think that we definitely can afford if it's a priority. I don't think that you would probably do Secret Service. I mean, obviously, there's Capitol Police that do the Speaker of the House and the Majority Minority Leader in the Senate, so I think you would. There's still different levels of security with the Secretary of State is actually security through the Secretary of State. The Treasury Secretary is through that. It's not all Secret Service, so you may be able to do different. Private security, I mean, if I was a member of Congress right now with a high enough profile, I would be outsourcing my own security through my campaign money.
Well, think of Senator Mitt Romney, who has had to fund his own security for him and his family. This is a very real thing. So as we consider the security of ourselves right now, as we are in Milwaukee for the Republican convention, we all have had to contend with, I'm sure at this point, the perimeter and maybe have had some items confiscated in the case of my aluminum water bottle, even though it was empty.
Oh, I didn't know about
So for anyone who's entering the perimeter here in Milwaukee, don't bring your water bottles. But the point is we're here for the Republican convention, which in many ways is likely to change in tone this week as a result of what happened. But there are some things that still need to happen, including the selection of the vice president. We're expecting it's going to come at some point today. Donald Trump has said as much. How did the events of the last 48 hours change your thinking about who it's likely to be?
With his tone of unity, and obviously President Biden's as well, but former President Trump's unity message, I would think that if Senator Vance was going to be the nominee, that you may rethink that because of he's kind of a flamethrower in regards to some of the things he said, especially after what he said on Saturday. From what we all understand, we're going to hear this afternoon, late afternoon, about the vice presidential candidate. I personally think if you have someone like Governor Burgum or Governor Youngkin from Virginia, that they are probably someone that are more middle of the road in regards to how they talk about different things and would be a safer bet, in my opinion. And I really don't think that he did know who it was going to be until recently, and I definitely think that this would change his perception.
Reuters is now reporting that Marco Rubio has been informed that he is not going to be Donald Trump's vice president. So now we're going to go through this process of elimination all day. It would be classic Trump for this to be no one from the short list. Totally. Right? That he had us off the scent the whole time.
Which is why there is a kind of a swelling of information about Governor Youngkin. And then you still have people that are thinking, well, was it going to be Nikki? And I do think that there is a possibility that it's somebody.
Nikki Haley?
Would you say?
Are you allowing for that?
I would love it to be Nikki, as you know.
Yeah.
But I'm also a huge Doug Burgum fan, so, but I do agree with you. I mean, this is kind of his thing, to make it nobody that he's talking about. But that's interesting about Rubio. A lot of people were hoping that as well.
But he doesn't have to move now.
Well, that was the question. They're both Florida men. So how do you get around that? Marco Rubio may have had to change his residency to another state. Again, this is just Reuters reporting it. Bloomberg has not independently confirmed it, but it does feel kind of, if not The Apprentice, like the weakest link, like just a one-by-one elimination.
Exactly.
Right?
The other thing that's interesting is there was a huge Twitter blow up today that J.D. Vance left his house in a motorcade, but it's been confirmed that that was secret. That was not Secret Service, but VP motorcade. That was from the governor of Ohio. gave J.D. Vance some protection, which he probably needs. So
what are your broader thoughts then as we get into day one here, the change in tone that we've already talked about, Donald Trump rewriting the speech? Is this going to feel or look different tonight than you expected?
Absolutely. I mean, even him going back to reaching out to Nikki yesterday, or on Sunday, yesterday, I guess, and asking her to speak. I do think that there is a unity conversation. If you did see, there was going to be a floor fight, so to speak, about the abortion issue and the platform, that how they changed the platform to say that they're going to let this up to the states, which obviously angered a lot of pro-life people, that they did cancel that floor fight. I do think that there's a lot of things that will not be happening in regards to kind of the contentious issues. His tone, also, the campaign has been calling the speakers. Tim Scott speaking this evening, I just heard. So he's probably not the VP candidate, I would think.
There you go.
But that they've asked all the speakers to not be talking about Saturday in regards to
That is
fueling the
fascinating
fire.
to me.
Yeah,
We'll leave that, I guess, to the former president on Thursday.
exactly. So, and I think someone said it really well today. When you we're this close, like literally, from dying and getting hit with a bullet.
Yeah.
Maybe it's really has changed.
Yeah, a reminder of everyone's mortality.
Absolutely.
Ashley Davis, former Homeland Security official and also a hometown girl from the Pennsylvania town in which all of this went down yesterday. Great to have you with us here in Milwaukee. And of course, Joe, we aren't done yet. We still have a vice president, well, at least to find out who the pick is, and more coverage coming up later today.
It's only day one. We've barely begun, and we will have a lot more for you later today on Bloomberg. See you back here at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on the late edition of Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew, live from Milwaukee on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. Yes, it is Monday, July 15th, 2024. I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek. And this, Tim, on a day where we are once again looking at stocks hitting all-time highs, the S&P 500 could possibly hit its 38th record for the year.
Okay, we're going to have more on markets in just a minute. Also up this hour, Carlyle co-founder David Rubenstein standing by. We're going to join him in just a second. He's fresh from his conversation with Fed Chair Jay Powell.
We were listening to it word for word, chuckling a little too at times.
It was a different Jay Powell, I felt like. Very comfortable.
A really great conversation. We're going to get into it in just a moment. Plus, the Bloomberg Big Take. It's among our most read stories on the Bloomberg on this Monday. On the same savvy impulse that powered Donald Trump's first successful campaign for the presidency, as well as his 2024 bid. We're going to get into it. So much as you would expect to talk about when it comes to the upcoming November race.
Also, some big banks having reported. We're going to get the latest on bank earnings a little bit later in the hour.
All right, first up, let's get you up to date on the trade on this Monday and some of your top business stories. For that, we turn things over to our own Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. Lots going on today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all pushing higher. As you mentioned, could see yet another record for the S&P 500 index. Right now at 56.28, up 12, gain of 0.2%. S&P trading at record levels. Do want to begin with a headline, though, from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Florida Senator Marco Rubio, Rubio has been informed that he will not be Donald Trump's vice presidential pick. This, according to Reuters, in a post on social media platform X, with Reuters citing sources. Again, that headline right now, Florida Senator Marco Rubio, according to Reuters, has been informed that he will not be Donald Trump's vice presidential pick. S&P, as I mentioned, higher right now by about 0.2%, 56.27. The Dow's up 163, now up by about 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 42, a gain there of 0.2%. The big news, though, the surge in the Russell 2000 Index, a broad-based rally today. Russell 2000 up now by 1.7%. 10-year, 4.22%. The 2-year, 4.45%. Spot gold up $9 the ounce, up by about 0.4%, while West Texas Intermediate crude is down 0.6%, 81.75 for a barrel of WTI. We've got Apple shares advancing today. Apple climbing to a record, up 1.7% after the tech giant was named a top pick at Morgan Stanley, with the broker seeing the launch of the company's AI platform triggering a record rush among users to upgrade their smartphones, tablets, and computers. Again, Apple climbing to a record in the session, up now by 1.7%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 14, up 0.2%, 10-year 4.22%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Carol Masser, along with Tim Stenivek, live here on Bloomberg Business Week. Well, about 90 minutes ago, Bloomberg host and Carlyle co-founder and co-chairman David Rubenstein sat down with Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell at an Economic Club of Washington luncheon event. Now, keep in mind, this conversation coming less than a week after 2 days of congressional testimony from Chair Powell, followed by a cooler-than-expected June CPI report. And, of course, it comes ahead of another FOMC meeting that's just at the end of this month. There's a lot going on. Here's what Fed Chair Jay Powell had to say, among many comments, to Mr. Rubenstein.
On inflation, in the first quarter, we didn't make any more progress. The second quarter, actually, we did make some more progress. We've had now 3 better readings, and if you average them, that's a pretty good pace.
All right, that, of course, is Fed Chair Jay Powell just about 90 minutes ago with David Rubenstein. And among our most read stories on the Bloomberg at this hour has to do with those comments, and specifically Chair Powell talking about second quarter economic data, providing policymakers at the Fed greater confidence that inflation is indeed heading down to the central bank's 2% goal, possibly giving the way for near-term interest rate cuts. There's a lot of speculation. September, could it even happen in July?
Well, he also said that the 3 latest inflation readings, including one that we just got last week, Carol, made clear that he didn't intend to send any specific message about the timing of rate reductions.
Yeah, he said specifically, we didn't get any additional confidence in the first quarter, but the 3 readings in the second quarter, including the one from last week, do add somewhat to confidence. Again, Jay Powell speaking with David Rubenstein. And what's interesting is, you know, we have had many conversations around this table, Tim, about the importance of not just one inflation or softer inflation reading report, not just 2, but more like 3. And that was really important to see a trend line, a sustainable trend line in terms of easing inflation.
Hey, as we're continuing to chat about that conversation that David had with Jay Powell, we're getting some headlines coming out of the Republican Party. Former President Trump has picked a vice president, this according to Fox News, though Fox News does not report on the identity of Trump's running mate. We are expecting the former president to announce his running mate a little later on the program, about 4:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, and we're going to head to our Kelly Lyons. She is at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, so we have a lot to obviously talk about when it comes to just the political environment. It was also something that David got into with Jay Powell, and often he's asked about, or there's often a lot of speculation that we have about the importance of, or how could potentially the November race impact Fed policy of when they choose to potentially cut rates or not to cut rates, because there is certainly a meeting before, there's one right after. Does the timing have anything to say? And not surprisingly.
No, not surprisingly. You know, the Fed has political independence, and it's something that Jay Powell has talked about a lot. A great question, though, that David asked him was about if he would stay on. And again, he demurred, not wanting to weigh in on that at all when his term is up, if he would actually stay on. But he said he's very much enjoying the job, and he's enjoyed his time on the Fed. He's proud of it.
Exactly, exactly. The Fed chief, though, also cemented a shift in tone among some central bank officials toward emphasizing potential risks to the labor market alongside their continued focus on lowering inflation. And I think it is safe to say, in terms of the Fed narrative, that we have seen Jay Powell and the like, FOMC members and other policymakers here in the United States, monetary policymakers, talk a lot more about the dual mandate, but Jay Powell in particular, not just that focus on inflation, but concerns about some softening specifically in the U.S. jobs market.
Yeah, Powell's been so clear about that his dual mandate from Congress are those 2 things, Carol, and that's what they do. Everything is in the service of those 2, of that dual mandate.
All right, folks, we have teed it up for you. Let's get to our key interview this hour with Carlyle's David Rubenstein. David, of course, host of peer-to-peer conversations on Bloomberg Television and Radio. You can catch David's interview with Fed Chair Jay Powell on the David Rubenstein Show, peer-to-peer, airing July 24th at 9 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg TV. Let's go to the source. David, patiently waiting for us in our Washington, D.C. bureau. David, great to have you here. We've been counting down to your conversation with Jay Powell. We watched. How did this come about? Was it planned for a long time? I'm just curious.
Okay. Well, I am the chairman of the Economic Club of Washington, and in that capacity, I often interview government leaders and business leaders, and Jay Powell had been somebody I'd interviewed before. He had worked at my firm a number of years ago, well before he was at the Fed, and so we worked out a date that I would do this interview today, and we had about 700 people there, and obviously a live TV audience.
David, we were chuckling the whole time. I mean, this was like a Powell that you don't see at press conferences, a Powell that you don't see every day. It's clear that you 2 are familiar with one another. What did you want to get out of the interview? Because we know that he's not going to give us any indication about a rate path. He established that at the top of the interview. What did you want to get out of it?
Well, I think it's always good to humanize well-known people, and people can understand them better and the way they make decisions and the way they kind of handle their job. And I thought humanizing him would be always good. Clearly, when you're chairman of the Fed, you talk in what I've often called Fed speak, which is to say it's very difficult for the average person to understand it. But Jay does a better job than some of his predecessors in speaking in common English because he's not a trained economist. And I just thought giving people an update on his perspectives on the economy would be a good thing. I mean, obviously, as you point out, he's not going to announce at an interview with me that he's lowering interest rates. You can't expect that. But I think he gave a pretty good description of how they decide to lower interest rates or increase interest rates. And I thought it was informative. And therefore, I thought, he accomplished his goal, which is to kind of, show people how he makes decisions. And I accomplished my goal, which is to kind of humanize the chairman of the Fed a little bit more than maybe he otherwise would be.
Well, David, help us understand your relationship. You mentioned that you guys do go back years, of course. He was a partner at the Carlyle Group before he went into public service. I'm wondering if you're in touch with him regularly now, if you consider him a friend. Just give us an idea of your relationship with him.
I wouldn't say I'm in touch with him regularly. When you're chairman of the Fed, you know, I think it's somebody like me doesn't want to be calling him up all the time, and you know, I don't want to look like I'm trying to get information from him. And he worked at Carlyle for years, but I wouldn't say I was his closest friend or vice versa. So I know him reasonably well. I've interviewed him, I think, 3 times or 4 times at the Economic Club of Washington, and I have a good relationship with him, but I wouldn't say we're, you know, close as friends, but I certainly like him and admire what he's done for the country and the job that he's had.
You know, what's interesting, too, and something we've talked a lot about, David, is, you know, the neutral rate and what he thinks about that 2% goal that the Federal Reserve has. Right. He said the neutral rate is probably higher today. Monetary policy is restrictive, but not severely restrictive. I am curious how you see things. Do you think the neutral rate doesn't make sense anymore, that it does need to be higher? And what is your expectation or what you think the Fed should be doing when it comes to interest rates right now?
Well, I think the country will do much better off listening to Jay Powell's views on where the interest rates should go than probably my views on interest rates. But I think it's a general sense that the market is believing that there will be a cut. And I think Jay made it clear that he doesn't listen to the political situation. So I have said in speeches that I thought it would be unlikely that the Fed would want to cut during a presidential election period of time. But I think he's made it clear that that's not his view or the view of the FOMC, that if they think the data warrants a cut, they will have a cut. And therefore, the Fed could do something at the end of July when they meet, or they could do something again when they meet in September. And my guess is that sometime before the Fed meets after the election, they will do something. That'd be my current thinking. The economy could change, and obviously data is everything. But right now, the markets are anticipating, and I think the Fed is not shutting down the idea that something could happen before the election.
Before the election, okay. Do you think that the election in any way sways? I mean, we're all human, right? And we can say we're very objective, but we're human and impacted by lots of things that are going on in this world. Do you think that Jay Powell and policymakers at the Fed might be swayed a little bit, a small influence when it comes to the November election, presidential election?
I think the Fed, everything Jay says is that they don't really pay attention to the election dates. And I think right now, since so many people pay attention to the markets and the interest rates where they are, that I think that the Fed will do what the data suggests is appropriate. And when the data gets to the point where they see inflation more or less getting to 2% and the economy softening a bit, I suspect they will not wait until after the election because they don't want to be seen as political. And therefore, while they might be criticized by some for lowering interest rates before the end of the before the election's over, I just think the Fed has given enough signals, including today, that they're not going to worry about the election. They'll do what the data suggests is appropriate.
I do wonder, David, as you said, you've talked with Jay Powell several times, certainly in this format. So, you know, monetary policy, obviously, and the economy first and foremost. And there are certain things that Jay Powell will go. You guys laugh about some of the things he will obviously not reveal. But having said that, at the end of the conversation, when it comes to the things the Bloomberg audience cares so much about in terms of monetary policy and the economy, what was your key takeaway from Jay Powell?
My key takeaway from the interview and with my discussion with him is that he's a man who's very much on top of the data. He enjoys the job, not worn out by it, doesn't say, woe is to me, I have got all this pressure on my shoulder. I think he can deal with it quite well. He's used to it. He's been in the chair for quite some time. I think he's reasonably happy now with where the economy is. Remember, we didn't go into the hard landing that everybody was predicting. Yeah. People thought there would be a recession last year or this year. That didn't happen. So whoever gets credit for it, the Fed deserves some share of that credit because they managed the economy into a really nice soft landing, so-called. And so right now, while unemployment is going up, I don't think it's going up by such a level that's scaring people. And I think the markets are in pretty good shape and the economy is in pretty good shape.
He didn't want to comment on the market, the idea of the so-called Trump trade returning after this weekend's horrific event. He was clear about that up on top, but at the top of the interview. But I'm curious about your view and what you think is being priced into markets right now, David. The Fed chair not weighing in, but politically, what is being priced in right now?
Well, clearly, the events of the weekend, no doubt, scared a lot of people about the violence that is still prevalent in this country in many areas, unfortunately. And so, fortunately, We did not have an assassination, though one person did die tragically, and another person is still in the hospital for the wounds that person suffered as well. Sad situation. Obviously, the investigations will figure out what the Secret Service could have done differently or better. I'm not an expert in that area, so I just can't say what they will find. But clearly, we haven't eliminated violence from our political situation, unfortunately.
David, you've served in the federal government. You were chief counsel to the U.S. Senate Judiciary's Committee Subcommittee back in the 70s, deputy assistant to the president for domestic policy during the Carter administration. The democracy has faced other heavy periods before. It feels rather heavy today. Is there something different this time around? You are, I feel like it's safe to say, a student of history. You respect past leaders and what they've done. How do you make sense of this particular political and historical period?
Well, it's difficult to really put it in context right now because you can't really tell what the historical impact of it is until many years afterwards. But right now, the country seems to be fairly bitterly divided between the Democrats and Republicans, and it wasn't the case 50 years ago or so. When John Kennedy ran for president against Richard Nixon in 1960, they campaigned in most of the states because they didn't know how the states would go. Now, the country's fairly divided, so we know how almost all the states are going to go. There are only 5 or 6, maybe 7 states where it's a kind of a swing state. So it's much different than it used to be. The tensions between both sides seem to be much greater than they used to be. Bipartisanship is something that is not as common as it used to be in Washington, D.C. So I don't know whether the events of this weekend will scare people into saying we should try to, be less, I'd say, violent in our rhetoric and less condemning of other sides. But clearly, President Trump has suggested that he would make a more unifying speech than he otherwise was going to make. And I think President Biden's speech last night was designed to also have a unifying impact. Whether we can unify our country in a way like this, that way, I think we should, I don't know. But it will probably have some beneficial impact, though obviously the events were tragic.
David, are you optimistic, given the heated political environment right now?
I'm optimistic that the country is in reasonable shape economically. Politically, we can do more than we have been doing to kind of bring the country together. And that part, the jury is still out. But I'm hopeful that while the events were tragic over the weekend, that they'll have some beneficial impact in getting both sides, Democrats and Republicans, to try to work together more cooperatively.
Jay Powell said to you, predictions are very difficult, especially about the future. When you think about the future for the United States, politically, economically, what's top of mind? And curious if you have any plans to maybe want to be at the Federal Reserve. You guys talked about if it's a good job.
Well, I think it's really hard to kind of say that all of a sudden we're going to eliminate all the schisms that we've had in the last couple of years. Clearly, there are a lot of tensions between the two political sides. Jay Powell has been appointed by a Republican president and reappointed by a Democratic president, and he's done a really good job of kind of walking a fine line of not trying to be seen as political or Democratic or Republican. I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. I think he's done an excellent job as chairman of the Fed.
All right. I'm not going to ask you then about chairman of the Fed. If you have any thoughts.
But you can answer if you want.
Well, I think he's done a good job. Remember, this is not a job that anybody really thinks is an easy job. Many people who have emerged from the job, are generally applauded after they've served. But when they're serving, very often they get criticized by both sides, and it's hard to be chairman of the Fed. And in fact, as one chairman of the Fed once said, William McChesney Martin, my job is to take away the punch bowl at the party, which is to say, take away all the fun that you would want to get. And so that's the job of the chairman of the Fed, is to take away the punch bowl, and people don't like that.
Absolutely. David Rubenstein, thank you so much. Busy day for you, and so appreciate checking in with you. Bloomberg host and Carlyle co-founder and co-chair, David Rubenstein. You can catch his show in conversation with Jay Powell, July 24th at 9 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg TV. This is Bloomberg.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all pushing higher. Could see a record today for the S&P 500 index, well off session highs right now, but if it does close at a record, it will be the 38th so far this year on the S&P. Right to the numbers, here's where we stand. S&P now higher by 13, up 0.2%, 56.28. Right now we have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 182, up by about 0.5%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up by 45 points now, up by about 0.3%. The Russell 2000, the outperformer by far, up now by 1.9%. 10-year 4.22%, with the 2-year yielding 4.44%, and the 30-year 4.45%. Spot gold up $12 the ounce, 24.23, up 0.5%. A retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.3%, 82.01 a barrel. Macy's shares lower, plunging now by 11.8%. This on an up day for the rest of the market. Macy's tumbling the most in about 4 years after saying it is ending discussions with 2 investors to buy out the department store chain. Again, recapping, U.S. equities pushing higher, could see records. S&P up 15, up 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. A lot going on. As we mentioned, Donald Trump has decided on who his running mate will be. This is coming from Fox News reports. No details on exactly who the former president has picked for his running mate this time around. And this is coming, of course, on the backdrop of it has been a generation since U.S. voters saw an episode of political violence like the one we saw over the weekend when a gunman seriously injured President Ronald Reagan in Washington in 1981. That was taking us back, but I'm talking about, of course, what happened over the weekend to former President Donald Trump.
Yeah, so add to the history books now the attempt on the life of former President Donald Trump. And well, a lot has already been said about what happened over the weekend and what the ultimate impact may be on the November elections. One thing stood out, and that's former President Donald Trump's instinct in the moment.
Let's get more on what is a Bloomberg big take today, and among the most read on the Bloomberg. Let's get to Bloomberg Balance of Power co-host Kayleigh Lines. She's from the Republican Convention in Milwaukee. Kayleigh, a lot to digest. I'm almost like, where do we begin? But let's start with the weekend and the assassination attempt of Donald Trump. Politics put aside, most have come out, of course, and condemned this act of heightened anger and violence that we continue to see in American politics. What signs are you seeing in Milwaukee about the impact this is having on Donald Trump's campaign specifically?
Well, certainly, Carol, here in Milwaukee, the most immediate impact that you can see is the intense security. Of course, security was already going to be intense, but that was just ratcheted up even higher given the events over the weekend and that shooting at the rally in Pennsylvania that injured former President Donald Trump. So that's the real tangible impact. Of course, the question is going to be, what is the political impact? It actually, as disturbing as it may seem, that shooting actually helped Donald Trump and his electoral chances. If you believe betting markets and predict it, for example, the market seems to be betting that, yes, it does. The other question is, how could it have changed Donald Trump in terms of actual tone and rhetoric? What we continually have heard in the last 2 days in Milwaukee is that this convention now may be much more toned down, much more focused on unity rather than on divisions between the 2 political parties or calling attention to ire toward Democrats or President Biden. Even Donald Trump himself, in giving an interview to the Washington Examiner, said that his speech originally that he's slated to give on Thursday night was going to be a, quote, humdinger. He says he's now revising that speech to make it more a message of unity. So I think one of the changes we really will see is a tone change. And of course, there's also the question of how it actually changes Donald Trump's thinking, being faced with his own mortality in such a real way. Does that change his mind in terms of who he would like to essentially be his second should something ever happen to him? And that's why this vice presidential selection is going to be so interesting. As you guys said, we do understand the selection has been made. What we don't know is who it is, although Bloomberg has confirmed Marco Rubio, the senator from Florida, has been informed he will not be Trump's vice presidential pick, and other outlets are reporting that North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum has been told the same. That would lead Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio on the short list, although, of course, there's always the potential that we could be surprised when we find out later this afternoon.
Yeah, Kayleigh, talk about who could be some of those surprises and how that could project a theme of more unity potentially. Because somebody like J.D. Vance, for example, did come out very shortly after Saturday with a message that wasn't necessarily one of unity. I think it's fair to say.
You know, that is fair to say, Tim. In fact, J.D. Vance has been described to me by multiple people I've spoken with since arriving in Milwaukee yesterday as a pit bull. And the question is whether or not Donald Trump will be still looking for that kind of attack dog in his vice presidential candidate, or is he going to be looking for someone that perhaps has a more moderation in their tone, may have wider appeal? I would say I have gotten a lot of buzz in the last 2 days about the fact that Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, of course, the former co-CEO of Carlyle, is here in Milwaukee. There are rumors swirling about the potential that he could be picked as VP. And then, of course, there's also other things to consider, like the fact that Nikki Haley, who ran against Donald Trump in the Republican primary and wasn't initially invited to the convention, now will be speaking at it later this week. Could he surprise us and actually select someone like her in an attempt to try to get those who voted for her in the primary? It's going to be a wait and see. Donald Trump himself has described this as a highly sophisticated version of The Apprentice, and he, of course, has kept us waiting until the very last moment. We expect that we'll finally find out around 3:30 p.m. Local time, 4:30 p.m. Eastern time.
All right, Kaylee, you know this better than most. 2 candidates make a presidential cycle, and so we are obviously seeing an impact to some extent, it sounds like, on Donald Trump's campaign and how things are more to come over the next couple of days. How is this impacting the campaign of the current president, Joe Biden?
Well, in some ways, this news cycle has become much more advantageous to President Biden, given that until that shooting happened in Pennsylvania on Saturday, it was dominated by a narrative that Joe Biden may not ultimately become the Democratic nominee, and growing calls within his own party for him to step out of the race due to concerns about his age and mental acuity in the aftermath of his debate performance on June 27th. We're not talking about that as much right now. I would say that Joe Biden has been trying to insert himself in the news cycle. We have heard him speak to cameras 3 times since the shooting on Saturday. Of course, he spoke briefly just hours after. He spoke twice yesterday, including a primetime address from the Oval Office, something that he does very rarely. The president calling for national unity, condemning political violence. But of course, it's a very difficult balance for him to strike as he's speaking to the nation as the president, but also as a presidential candidate who is competing against the man in question who was shot. I would also point out that we are going to hear more from President Biden this evening. He's sitting down for an interview with NBC's Lester Holt, set to air at 9 p.m. Eastern time. It'll be interesting to see to what extent that interview still focuses on questions of the president's age and ability, or if it will be much more now about unity within the country in the aftermath of the act of political violence we saw over this weekend.
Well, Kaylee, on that point, I'm wondering if there's if it's even possible in this news cycle before November to not have the same focus on President Biden's interviews that we've had since that disastrous debate last month. And the reason I'm wondering about this is because every time the president sits down for an interview, it's news because, well, the president is sitting down for an interview. It's not something he does regularly. Do we get to the point where the president does this so much that it's no longer news?
Well, that's the question on strategy for the Biden campaign, who up until the debate, or they up until the debate, rather, in late June, had a very protective circle around Joe Biden. He didn't have much in terms of ad-lib moments that the public could see, which is why his performance in that debate was so shocking to so many people. It had been so tightly controlled before that. Of course, we saw him sit down for an ABC interview with George Stephanopoulos after that. He held that press conference at the conclusion of the NATO summit in Washington, D.C. last week, where he answered questions from reporters, ad-libbed those answers for roughly an hour, and then, of course, doing the interview with Lester Holt today. So it does seem to be that there is a strategy shift underway to get the president out there more, reading not just off a teleprompter, but actually having to speak off the cuff. It'll be interesting to see how that continues, knowing that you're exactly right, Tim. Everything he says and the way in which he says it is going to be so much more heavily scrutinized for these questions around his acuity. And even a slip-up that anyone could make, including you or I as broadcasters, misstating a fact or misnaming someone, things that do make us human, are going to be vulnerabilities for the president. So even one good performance in an interview or in a press conference isn't enough necessarily to get him all the way through an election cycle when we still have 4 months to go and plenty of opportunity for him to potentially make a mistake.
You know, that's kind of where I want to go. I mean, this was an interesting day, right? The U.S. judge dismissing, the criminal case against Donald Trump, right, of mishandling classified information. We're talking about the documents case, right, in Florida specifically. That happened. That was certainly a win for Donald Trump, although many say Special Counsel Jack Smith is not done at this point. Kaylee, having said that, you just said, what, we've got more than 3 months or so to go before the election. When it comes to polling, some say it doesn't matter until a few weeks before the election. What are you hearing from your sources and strategists about this race? If it is Biden and Trump, is it still a close one?
It does seem to be a close one, but what almost anyone with political savvy will tell you is you shouldn't be paying attention to national polls at this point. It still is too far away, even though it does feel like the election is oh so very close. That really what this is going to come down to is just a handful of states. The swing states that Bloomberg, together with Morning Consult, polls others do as well. They are the ones that ultimately will decide who wins the Electoral College and therefore gets to sit in the Oval Office come January of 2025. On the note of swing states, I would point out we did get some fresh polling from the New York Times and Siena today, looking at two states in particular: Pennsylvania, a key swing state, President Biden's home state, and of course the state at which the shooting, an attempted assassination of Donald Trump happened this weekend, and Virginia. In Pennsylvania, Trump is ahead of Biden by about 3 points. In Virginia, Biden is ahead of Trump by 3 points. That is in the margin of error. And Virginia, to this point, hasn't been considered a swing state. So the question is Biden actually vulnerable there, knowing, I should say, with a caveat, that polling was done prior to the shooting this weekend, which could obviously change the dynamics of this race. But if Virginia is actually a vulnerability for Biden, that's one more state that they might need to consider a battleground and be spending and investing in campaigning in. And that's why this murmur around Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin is very interesting to me for Donald Trump.
Hey, Kayleigh, just 20 seconds left. You mentioned heightened security at the RNC, but just give us a feeling of the overall mood there in 20 seconds.
Well, there are law enforcement everywhere. There is a very secure perimeter with high security at the actual Pfizer Forum when the convention will be underway. And of course, all precautions are being taken by officials at every level. Their Secret Service working together with local law enforcement. They've even come from out of state for this convention in the tens of thousands that are attending this week.
Kayleigh, it's a shame there's nothing going on politically. I mean, what a quiet news cycle. Unbelievable. We are looking forward to your reporting and hosting from the Republican convention in Milwaukee this evening. Bloomberg Balance of Power co-host Kayleigh Lyons from the Republican convention in Milwaukee.
Okay, from Milwaukee to Washington, D.C. for a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom. Welcome back, Amy.
Thanks so much, Tim. And we are standing by to learn who Donald Trump will be picking for his running mate. That announcement set to happen at the Republican National Convention within the next couple of hours. Of course, we'll bring it right to you. Legal scholars weighing in after former President Trump's classified documents case was dismissed. Harvard Emeritus constitutional attorney Alan Dershowitz says this could impact Donald Trump's pending cases.
He did waive a classified document in front of an unauthorized person, and it was recorded. So that was their strongest case on the merits. And having that thrown out is a very significant win for Trump.
Judge Eileen Cannon ruled the appointment of special counsel Jack Smith violated the Constitution. The Secret Service is facing harsh public scrutiny and investigations after the assassination attempt of Donald Trump. Some critics claim the agency rejected requests from the former president's team for more protection. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on ABC this morning.
We had enhanced security for the former president, beginning at least in June. We have not received any requests for additional security measures that were rebuffed. That assertion is unequivocally false.
Mayorkas told CNN that he has full confidence in the leadership of the Secret Service, but at the same time, he says that shooting amounted to a failure and that investigation is ongoing. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, and the Russell 2000 index all advancing right now. The Russell, the outperformer by far, up 2%. To put that in context, the S&P up 0.4% right now. S&P higher by 22 points. Could see a record. If we do, it'll be the 38th record of the year on the S&P. The Dow up 250 right now, up by about 0.6%. NASDAQ up 0.4%. Again, the Russell 2000 up by 2%. 10-year, 4.22%, with a 2-year, 4.44%. Gold up 0.5%, 24.24 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, 81.95 a barrel. Earnings news briefly. Goldman Sachs trading unit powered a surge in earnings in the second quarter. Goldman Sachs up today by 2%. Morgan Stanley reports tomorrow up 1.7%. Also tomorrow we hear from Bank of America, up today by 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Really kind of teeing us up here, because let's not forget we are in the midst, the beginning of earnings season.
It's just getting started. You know that because the big banks are reporting. This is just the beginning, Carol.
The official, unofficial start. Yeah, they did continue this morning. Goldman Sachs reporting results. Stock is off its highs of the session, but we did see some move to the upside. Goldman, among the headlines, the trading unit powering a surge in earnings in the second quarter. It also plans to cut down on stock repurchases after the Fed's annual stress test required it to set aside more capital. The bank, again, pushing back against those results.
For more, we turn to David Conrad, Managing Director over at KBW, right here in New York City. David, first up, politics front and center after what happened over the weekend, and certainly the economy always front and center. We just talked with David Rubenstein, who interviewed Fed Chair Jay Powell at the Economic Club of Washington. Let's start with politics. I'm just curious how it might impact the sector that you cover and follow so closely, banking.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me on. You know, it's a big question mark for investors. Certainly we saw, you know, when Trump was elected president the first time, a big bump in financials. Part of that was because they paid the highest tax rates. And so the big tax cut really led that. But there was also a hope for deregulation and consolidation in the industry. And I think that latter point would probably hold true if he were to be reelected. I think there's a lot of pent-up demand for consolidation, which I think would open the doors for that. I think there's also another school of thought of what may happen to inflation and the long end of the curve as well under that scenario, which may put a little bit of pressure on financials. But I think overall, I think the conclusion would be if Trump were to win, it would be, you know, less regulations and maybe opening the door for more M&A.
So maybe good for some of the big banks and some of the financial companies, maybe not necessarily for consumers?
Well, I think maybe longer term, if that one scenario were to be the case where it turned out to be inflationary and the long end backed up, that would be the case. But I think, you know, that's just one school of thought. But certainly, you know, we would expect, you know, a little bit for the bigger banks and the broader M&A perspective, but also for, you know, the regional banks for further consolidation would be, you know, also an attractive place to be.
All right, having said that, we also, as Tim mentioned, David Rubenstein, obviously of Carlyle, but also hosts the show here at Bloomberg, did interview Fed Chair Jay Powell, and they talked about the economic environment. What color have you gotten from the big banks? Obviously Goldman this morning, but we had JP Morgan, Citi, Wells Fargo last week. What are you getting from those banks and their results and what it says to you about, first of all, the security and health of our financial banking system, and then also what it's telling us about the environment?
Well, there's really two, it's really kind of split with what we've seen. First of all, capital markets, we've been waiting for this for a long time. Investment banking is up, you know, well over 20%, 50% for JP Morgan year over year. So we saw a lot of underwriting and trading as well. And so we did see a pretty strong environment for capital markets. The flip side of it is, though, is we didn't see barely any loan demand outside of credit card borrowings. And so the loan demand continues to be weak. And as we're at this peak in rates before maybe the Fed starts to drop rates, we're getting the tailwind of deposit costs still. So consumers are still kind of demanding higher higher rates on their deposits, and that's hurting the net interest income. I'd say the other aspect too is we're still seeing higher charge-offs in credit cards. So I think that's right now more of a normalization state, but we are seeing higher charge-offs there.
How much higher do those charge-offs go?
Yeah, I think we're about at the normalized state, but the borrowing has increased materially, over the past year. So I think for the most part, we're probably going to go up, probably another 50 basis points. But we've come from a 1.5% rate to now pushing 3.5%, 4%. So I think we're near the top for the prime borrowers in terms of the marginal increase in credit card costs.
Hey, let's go through some of the banks. Obviously, Goldman reporting in today's session. I'm looking at Goldman shares. They're just off their highs. They're up about 2%. Go back to Friday. JP Morgan was down more than 1% on their results. You had Citi down almost 2% on its results. And then if I pull up Wells Fargo, it was also, we saw really taking a hit in the Friday trade. It was down about 6%. So walk us through those in particular and which names you might be a little bit more worried about, which ones you like.
Yeah, I would say, first of all, JP Morgan was down on Friday, really more for positioning and its valuation. Its PE is near the high watermark for its historical range, pushing 12.5, 13 times 2025 numbers. So it's an over-owned name. It's a very popular name. I think fundamentally it was very strong, but that's just technicals on ownership, on why it kind of pulled back. They didn't change their guidance materially, and so that was maybe modestly disappointing, but I think that's more on valuation. Goldman, I think it's really the place you want to be right now. You want to be in market-sensitive revenues. You want to kind of be in the place where investment banking is still probably operating 20% below normalized levels. So there's a lot of momentum with revenues there. I also think what's interesting about Goldman is they're restructuring the balance sheet, both, limiting consumer exposure, but also unwinding some heavy capital components of their on-balance sheet equity investments. And so that's going to free up a lot of capital. I think buybacks may be a little bit lower from this current quarter, as you mentioned earlier, but still very strong. Citi is a long-term turnaround story. I think actually the quarter, though, itself was a little bit disappointing. They had a headline beat, but in reality, they missed on revenues. They had strong wealth performance, which was needed there. That has been struggling a bit. Had a really strong performance there, but they had declining services revenue, and they didn't perform as well on trading as Goldman or JP Morgan did. And then lastly, Wells got beat up a little bit. That's also a long-term turnaround story. They disappointed on their NII guide as well as their expense guide. And so that was a bit of a setback in the long-term story there.
Hey, David, help us move this forward to tomorrow when we hear from Morgan Stanley and we hear from Bank of America. Starting with Bank of America, such a great read on the consumer. What should we be looking for? What should our investing audience be looking for?
I think with Bank of America, it's two components which are really the same. I think originally, initially on the print, you want to look at the deposit costs and see, was Wells Fargo's higher deposit costs a read-through for B of A, or was it isolated to Wells Fargo? So we want to see if the quarter-over-quarter increase in deposit cost is low double digits, or is it more like JP Morgan that was up 5 bips quarter on quarter? The second thing that's important is the earning guidance that will come up on the call. We anticipate really positive guidance for NII for Bank of America. And that's partly because the reason why we like the stock is it's under earning in several areas. For instance, they have some interest rate swaps that are over its commercial loan book, which has really brought down the yield. They're actually only yielding Fed funds levels for their commercial loan book. As those roll over, we think there's going to be a material pickup in those yields. And so we think, that because of credit cards, we think it will have higher NII towards the end of the year.
David, really quickly, 15 seconds. You got new money to commit. What name do you put it in among those big banks you just talked about? And very quickly, please.
Yeah, I think it's Goldman Sachs. I think the other name we haven't mentioned is Bank of New York. That is actually the best quarter we saw on Friday, and it was up 5.5%.
All right, David, thank you so much. David Conrad, he's managing director over at KBW. The KBW Bank Index, by the way, is up about 15% year to date. From banks to luxury we go. Burberry, a story that's certainly on our radar, maybe having to do a little bit of a rethink, if you will.
Ooh, you're going to have to find out. It's our one more thing on the other side. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Global markets ramping up the Trump trade after the weekend rally attack. Shares of Donald Trump's media company are rallying after that failed assassination attempt on the former president. Over the weekend, boosted momentum for the so-called Trump trade across markets. Trump Media and Technology Group, which trades under the ticker DJT and debuted earlier this year. Right now, we've got that stock up by 34.3%. Other stocks seen as benefiting from the Republican winning another term, from private prison firms to gun makers, are also higher today. Among some of those names, Geo Group up now by 9.4%. Core Civic, an operator of private prisons, up 7.7%. Smith & Wesson Brands, the gun maker, up now by 10.9%. Sturm Ruger trading higher by 5.7%. Apple shares surging to another record after the tech giant was named a top pick at Morgan Stanley, with the brokers seeing the launch of the company's AI platform triggering a record rush among users to upgrade their smartphones, tablets, and computers. Shares of Apple, they're up by 1.7%. Macy's shares tumbled the most in 4 years today after saying it was ending discussions with two investors to buy out the department store chain, pledging to execute a turnaround plan on its own. Right now, we have got Macy's shares lower by 12.1%. Goldman Sachs trading unit powered a surge in earnings in the second quarter. Goldman Sachs shares, they're advancing now by 2.1%. Morgan Stanley reports tomorrow up 1.5%, as does Bank of America up 0.9%. And those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news with Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. Donald Trump is set to announce his choice for running mate this afternoon at the Republican National Convention. News outlets reporting both Senator Marco Rubio and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum have been notified that neither of them have been chosen. Legal scholars weighing in after former President Trump's classified documents case was dismissed. Harvard Emeritus constitutional attorney Alan Dershowitz says this case will not be retried anytime soon, at least not before the election.
They could rebring him with a different prosecutor, but that's unlikely. They would need a prosecutor from within the official Justice Department, and I don't think that a prosecutor could get up to speed in time to try the case before election.
Judge Eileen Cannon found that the appointment of special counsel Jack Smith violated the Constitution. Secret Service facing some harsh public scrutiny and investigations after the assassination attempt of Donald Trump. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas told CNN he has full confidence in the leadership of the Secret Service, but said the shooting itself amounted to a failure. And he told ABC some critics claim the agency rejected requests from the former president's team for more protection. That is a charge he called, quote, absolutely false. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec.
Thank you so much, Amy Morris there. And of course, politics front and center, no doubt about it. We'll get back to it over the next few hours and really focusing on it here at Bloomberg. Having said that, one of the names in the equity trade, they're actually ADRs. We're talking about Burberry Group, the shares that trade here in the United States. Man, it's kind of the stock equivalent of a mega fashion don't. The ADRs are down about 16% in today's session, Tim. That's the lowest in 14 years on an intraday basis.
Yeah, the company replaced its CEO and issued a profit warning. This after a downturn in the luxury industry thwarted its efforts to challenge high-end labels such as Chanel, Louis Vuitton. Shares were down as much as 17% earlier. The CEO, Jonathan Ackroyd, departing after less than 2.5 years, Carol. He's being replaced.
Well, this is part of the problem, too. There's been kind of some different executives rolling in, rolling out. Burberry also suspended its dividend today, said the slowdown in luxury sector sales has persisted into July. It said if the situation continues, it will report a loss for the first 6 months of the year, as well as full-year profit below expectations. The company also consulting on cutting some costs and even talking potentially, the CFO on the call, the media call, call with reporters that they could cut some jobs. Mainly, they would be corporate roles in the United Kingdom, and it would mean a few hundred jobs that are at risk globally.
Burberry has struggled over the past decade. That was after Angela Arendt left. Remember, she went to Apple. She was credited at Burberry with reviving the brand. Schulman is set to become the 5th CEO in just over a decade. It's the latest to try to return Burberry to its former glory.
And I should point out the chairman, Jerry Murphy, also saying on the call with media that denied that the latest strategy was about dropping prices, which would be kind of, I think if you're a luxury retailer, you don't necessarily want to say for sale.
Yeah,
meaning items on sale.
Why has Burberry struggled when peers haven't necessarily?
I don't know.
Like, look at LVMH.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Talking about recognizing that in a difficult global market where consumers are less confident, rely more on familiar brands and familiar propositions, we probably went a bit too far too fast with our creative transition. I don't know what that really means, to be quite honest. And I don't know why some are doing just fine and some are not.
Well, maybe that's why investors are sending shares down 16% today.
Yeah, big hit. And sounds like that might be one of your decliners to check out.
Yeah, nice little preview for what's coming up in just an hour.
All right, guys, do not go anywhere. If you're watching on television, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I are continuing on Bloomberg Business Week, and that includes, we're going to make the connection between politics, Wall Street, and the economy. Got a great guest on that. Talk a little bit more about the Trump trade, what's really happening in the rates market.
Also, LinkedIn CMO, that's next on Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we're just about 60 minutes away from the closing bell on this Monday, July 15th. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenovec, and we're bouncing around. We're off our highs of the session when it comes to the equity trade, but we're going to talk a little bit about the Trump trade and what we've been seeing in the rates market today.
Yeah, because stocks are at a record, but a little bit of a reset happening in the rates market, especially at the long end. We're going to be talking yields with Michael McKenzie in just a few minutes. Also, someone we've turned to amidst turbulent times, Peter Atwater, is going to be back with us.
Yeah, he is a Financial Insights, puts out a newsletter. We read it. He's also over at William & Mary, and as I was saying earlier, really just ties together, understands Wall Street, understands the economy, and then throw in a little politics, and it kind of really ties together our whole world right now.
Also, in just a few minutes, we're going to be joined by the COO of LinkedIn on how AI is going to change our jobs. I don't know about you, Carol, but we're still doing a lot of writing.
Every day. No ChatGPT for me doing the work.
Hey, that was interesting during the Powell chat, wasn't it?
That he said that he asks ChatGPT about maybe questions ahead of the press conference after a Fed decision.
Yeah,
he said
I like that. That was
reporters actually do a better job.
Thank you.
I think David Rubenstein said, do I do a better job?
I think he passed on that one. Hey, all that and more over the next 90 minutes. First up, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Feller.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. We're looking at records right now, at least for the Dow and the S&P 500 index. Again, I specify as of now 58 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. But the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ decidedly in the green. Cannot ignore the Russell 2000 index. It is the outperformer. Small cap shares surging now by 2%. And again, to put that in context, we have got the S&P up 24, a gain there of 0.4%. Stocks rising toward records as calls about heightened market volatility failed to materialize after Donald Trump's assassination attack bolstered his chances of taking over the White House. 10-year, 4.22%. 2-year, 4.45%. The 30-year, 4.45%. Spot gold now higher by $10 the ounce, up 0.4%. Right now we have got spot gold 24.21, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, 81.94 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line, stocks continue to push higher. As for the overall market backdrop, Victoria Fernandez is chief market strategist at Crossmark Global Investments.
We've definitely seen a shift over the weekend after the events that happened, but I do think we need to take a step back. There's a long time between now and the election, and things can change pretty quickly. So I don't think I would completely change my portfolio based on what we saw over the weekend.
Victoria Fernandez of Crossmark, again, as we have been reporting, shares of Donald Trump's media company rallying after that failed assassination attempt. The ticker DJT, that stock now up by 35%. Again, recapping, stocks are advancing. S&P at a record up now by 0.4%. 10-year, 4.22%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, we spent a good portion of the first hour talking about the market reset in the wake of Saturday's assassination attempt of former President Trump. The Trump equity trade is certainly on. We just heard that from Charlie Pellet. Private prison operators and firearm-related companies are among stocks rallying. Renewable and green energy stocks are lower, but also moving is the bond market.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. It was certainly something resonating higher and earlier, if you will, on the Bloomberg. And it was about what happened with 30-year yields, rising above the 2-year for the first time since January on bets that former President Donald Trump would pursue an expansive fiscal policy if he wins a second term and he wins come the November election.
Michael McKenzie is Bloomberg News rates reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Is it fair to call this a rates reset? I mean, we only saw yields move higher a couple basis points on the 30-year and the 10-year.
To a certain extent, you can, and because you have to. There's two components to why that 230s curve is now positive or upward sloping for the first time since January. It's true you have the Trump agenda of tax cuts, tariffs. That's seen as encouraging inflation. It's also he's going to continue spending, so that sort of worries about the deficit. Kind of drives the long end yields to go up. But the other factor behind the steepener, I think, which is more important at this point, is the expectation that the Fed is going to be cutting rates. Normally, the curve steepens, normalizes, comes out of being inverted when the Fed starts to cut.
So is this more about the 2-year going down versus the 30-year going up?
So we had Powell speaking today.
Right.
And when he was speaking, the 2-year got down to a new low around 441. Now, we get retail sales tomorrow.
Right.
We've got more data to come over the next couple of months. The market already prices in one rate cut for September, but there's been a lot of option trades kicking around about maybe they're going to do 50 in September, because between now and September, if the data continues to weaken, and again, Powell today said, we are watching the labor market. If the labor market weakens, we will be proactive, which effectively means they could start to go think about, rather than just doing 25, maybe you've got to do 50. Because you want to make sure this economy doesn't start to really weaken, particularly with the election coming. So I think you have to look at it as a case of there are two sides.
You said particularly with the election coming.
Yeah.
Jay Powell made it very clear that he's not political.
This is a Fed that will cut if the economy needs cuts.
Okay.
They have been on hold now for a year with their funds rate at 525, 550. The economy is showing signs of weakening. This is playing out as it should be playing out. They've had restrictive policy now for over a year, and you're seeing signs of a weakening economy. So the bond market is saying you've got to start thinking about putting on a steepener trade. Now, the events of the weekend, yes, it's probably going to produce a bump here for Trump. The bigger question is, does it give a bump to the Republican Party and they can sweep? Now, if you talk to bond investors, if Trump gets in, but the Democrats hold one of the either the House or the Senate, then you got gridlock, which means the deficit isn't going to be problematic. But you get a sweep, then people start to get worried in the bond market.
Do we see bond vigilantes?
It depends on, I mean, the US is unique. It is the reserve currency. It does have a lot more going for it than, say, the UK. So
we got some breaking news right now. Former President Trump has picked Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate. We are just learning this via a Bloomberg, a red headline on the Bloomberg terminal.
Right, the junior senator from Ohio since 2023, author of Hillbilly Elegy. You know, you might know him from
I think a lot of people read that after the 2016 election.
Absolutely.
Bestseller.
And I do say that there was a fair amount of momentum going into this headline, or at least the reveal of this headline. We did hear earlier that Florida Senator Marco Rubio was informed that he was not the pick. That was according to people familiar. But again, here we are, the RNC underway in Milwaukee, and we do have Donald Trump, the headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal, that he does pick Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate, his vice presidential candidate. So, yeah, this is, the ticket. Now we know more particulars.
A post on True Social. Michael McKenzie, you're in here, so we're going to get your reaction. But bond market, I mean, does it change anything for the way that you're watching? Or go ahead, Carol.
And let me just add to it, because I feel like I was reading in this morning, they're like, the Trump trade. And I'm like, well, Is it the Trump trade yet? Because I do feel like we still have several months to go. What is the conversations or narratives you hear around when people say the Trump trade? Do they say, yeah, it's on, or do people kind of poo-poo it, if you will, Michael?
There's some people look at it and say, look, it's known that he's now ahead in the polls, so it's not new news if he does win, which is why people then talk about, is it going to be a sweep? The sweep is what worries people. And it could be, look, you could get a Democratic sweep as well, which means they'll keep on spending.
Right.
And particularly if the economy is slowing down, not only are you going to get Fed cuts into next year, you're also going to get pressure on the fiscal side. And also the deficit will deteriorate in a slowdown because of all the automatic stabilizers, more people filing for unemployment, et cetera. So the deficit will become a bigger issue next year if you've got one-party control. I think if you've got gridlock, that typically has been welcomed by the bond market. But it's definitely a tail risk trade for the bond market. But I do think the bigger driver of the steepener, yes, the Trump trade helps, but it's really going to be how far is the Fed going to go? Right now, the bond market's pricing in a pretty hefty rate cutting cycle.
Do you think Jay Powell's job is safe if Trump wins re-election?
I do, because I think the institution of the Fed, it's a strong institution. It'd be very difficult, I think, for Powell to be. I just don't see how you could fire the Fed chair because he's got bipartisan support in Congress as well. I mean, he just testified last week. I mean, they're pretty happy with him, and I think he's done a pretty good job.
And that's a great segue to our next guest. Michael McKenzie, thank you so much in being with us as we break down that headline. Michael McKenzie, rates reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us in studio. As we mentioned, Donald Trump, indeed, confirmation, has picked the junior senator from the state of Ohio, J.D. Vance, as his running mate. Having said that, let's get to our next guest, because someone who really is just so great at, as I said, tying together Wall Street, the economy, and obviously throwing in politics, and someone we turn to a lot to make sense of our tumultuous times. And we're talking about Peter Atwater. He is economist. He did work on Wall Street. He writes a newsletter called Financial Insights. He's an adjunct professor of economics at William & Mary. He's also the author of the book, The Confidence Map, Charting a Path from Chaos to Clarify, which came out last year.
Hey, Peter joins us from Pennsylvania. Peter, good to have you back with us. Look, we got to ask you about the breaking news here. The former president, who has not officially been nominated yet, has tapped rising Republican star J.D. Vance as his running mate. I know you're here to talk about economics, but certainly the economy is tied to politics. How are you interpreting this news?
I'm not at all surprised, Tim. J.D. Vance is situated perfectly in the center of the country. He is a figure who has played extraordinarily well at both ends of the economic spectrum. And I think that for Trump, he is an ardent supporter. He will be loyal. And as he's demonstrated throughout this campaign, he is a fighter for the Trump presidency.
And forgive me, your book, of course, The Confidence Map, Charting a Path from Chaos to Clarity. There's a lot going on here, so Peter, forgive my mistake there. Having said that, do you feel like we have more chaos in this market and an economic environment, or more clarity?
So I think that the market has really taken the boost in former President Trump's popularity as an indicator of inevitability. If I've read one word in the last 72 hours, it's landslide. And I think that with that, investors now feel free to look at all things Trump presidency related. You've mentioned prison stocks and firearm makers. But I think that this is a clear sense that investors believe in the inevitability of the outcome. And that is something that we tend to see with geopolitical events, that they don't matter until the crowd sees them as inevitable. And then everybody plays catch up.
But is it inevitable? I mean, there's still 3 months to the election, more than 3 months, Peter.
Yeah, there are words that I don't like as a sentiment expert. I hate the words unstoppable, inevitable, unsaleable. Go back to the 2016 presidential campaign, and there's a Time magazine cover that says, can anyone stop Hillary Clinton? And you look at the polls over that campaign, and that marked the high water mark. And so the risk for the Trump campaign is that this sense of inevitability represents a major peak in confidence, and that we see some sort of retreat. Is it enough for to make a difference in November? We'll see. But I'd also say at the same time, Tim, there is a sense of defeatedness among Democrats that's equally comparable. And so you have both extremes in mood on broad display today.
So I'm thinking about investors who are listening and trying to kind of connect all the dots. And at the same time, you talk about this kind of feeling of inevitability in terms of the outcome of the November election. Pollsters will say you don't really know until 2 weeks before, although we'll watch the momentum, and a lot can happen in the next few months. Having said that, how do you think about then what this all means, Peter, for what conclusions should investors be thinking about when they've got to just invest in this environment? Do they hold off? Can they make decisions?
So I think investors have to plan for what they can imagine, but also be well prepared for what they can't. This is a time where, if I look at the Fed and AI and now the Trump, what we've seen in terms of the Trump momentum, there is a sense of inevitability and omnipotence that is multidimensional. And so I find that a fascinating contrast to the backdrop of geopolitical uncertainty and social unrest that we see. And so I think investors need to be positioned for the potential event that we see something come out of the blue that upends confidence in a way that they're not prepared for.
Because if anything, I'm just thinking this political environment keeps reminding us that something can just come out of the blue at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is so striking the parallels to the late 1960s. I mean, there too, we had markets at record highs, and yet significant social, political unrest below the scenes that inevitably took its toll on the markets.
Not to mention a DNC that also happened in Chicago. I'm wondering, Peter, about what those events could be. I mean, a lot of people didn't see a pandemic coming. That was a surprise to a lot of folks. What should be on our investor audience radar?
I think investors should be paying attention to what's happening in Ukraine. If we've seen anything, it is that low natural gas prices tend to create energy in the Kremlin. So I'm focused there. I think that we need to appreciate geopolitically, broadly speaking, that it's not left or right that matters. It's all about the incumbent versus the opposition. And so this is an environment where we will vote out incumbents no matter their political identity and alignment. And so investors need to be thinking about, what does a G7 world, what does a G30 world look like without incumbents in place?
Do you think right now, something that you look at, Peter, just one last question, we've got about a minute or so left here, that you do think about the gap between mood and financial markets. Is there a wide gap at this point in your view?
It is a gap that I don't believe has ever been wider. I mean, I look at the mood of those at the very bottom, and it bears no resemblance to the record highs that we're seeing in the financial markets. And that to me is deeply troubling.
We have 1 minute left. What are possible implications of that?
Well, those at the very bottom, mood-wise, it's all about me here now, and say that they don't care about the concerns of others. They don't plan for the future. There's an impulsivity and a high emotion that goes along with behaviors that tends to run counter to the interests of investors.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Peter, thank you as always. So appreciate it. Peter Atwater, of course, joining us there. As we mentioned, economist. He's worked on Wall Street. His newsletter, Financial Insights, something that we get regularly and read it. He's an adjunct professor of economics over at William & Mary in Virginia. And his book, of course, The Confidence Map, something that we've talked about. You can check out our past podcasts to hear that conversation. The Confidence Map, charting a path from chaos to clarity. Peter, of course, joining us there from Pennsylvania.
Hey, just to recap the major headline that we got in the last 17 minutes, Donald Trump tapped J.D. Vance as his running mate, elevating to the Republican presidential ticket a VC turned senator whose embrace of populist politics garnered national attention and made him a rising star in the party.
The political cycle definitely underway. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks pushing higher, stocks rising toward records as calls about heightened market volatility failed to materialize after Donald Trump's assassination attack bolstered his chances of taking over the White House. Right now, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing, with the S&P on track for its 38th record so far this year. Here's where we stand. S&P now at 5640, trading at a record up 25, gain there of just about 0.4%. The Dow up 314, up 0.8%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 98, a gain of 0.5%. 10-year yield at 4.22%, the 2-year 4.45%, the 30-year 4.45%. Gold up $10 the ounce, up 0.5%, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.2%, 82.04 a barrel. Fed Chair Jay Powell says second quarter economic data has provided policymakers greater confidence that inflation is heading down to the central bank's 2% goal, possibly paving the way for near-term interest rate data. He was interviewed on Bloomberg Radio by our David Rubenstein at the Economic Club of Washington.
What we've said is that we didn't think it would be appropriate to begin to loosen policy until we had greater confidence that inflation was moving sustainably down to 2%. We've been waiting on that, and I would say we didn't gain any additional confidence in the first quarter, but the 3 readings in the second quarter, including the one from last week, do add somewhat to confidence.
Fed Chair Jay Powell interviewed on Bloomberg Radio. Apple surging to another record after the tech giant was named a top pick at Morgan Stanley, with the broker seeing the launch of the company's AI platform triggering a record rush among users to upgrade their smartphones, tablets, and computers. Apple shares, they're gaining today. Right now, we got Apple up by 1.75%. Again, recapping, S&P up 27, a gain of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Up to now, Carol, the winners when it comes to AI have been clear. When talking public companies, at least, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Supermicro Computer, Broadcom, and the like certainly come to mind.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. What's been less clear, though, is something that we ask pretty much everyone we think can answer it, is how AI will change the future of work. It's a big question. And yeah, we know it's supposed to make us all more productive, and I wouldn't mind a little assist on some of the things that we do, but Tim and I are still writing all of these introductions on our own, so isn't helping yet.
So when we make mistakes, like if you say the name of a book incorrectly, for example, that could be my fault for writing it improperly.
Would AI get it right?
Yeah,
maybe,
I don't know.
maybe not.
Hey, we know that Dan Shapiro spends a lot of time thinking about this. He's Chief Operating Officer over at LinkedIn. Reminder, it is owned by Microsoft. They did buy it a few years ago. He joins us from Mountain View, California. Dan, welcome back. How are you?
Great to be here. How are you?
We're doing pretty well. Hey, politics is certainly top of mind, front and center for us. So we got to ask you, just because we have just learned that J.D. Vance has been picked as the running mate for former President Trump. He announced that just in the last half hour. How that's kind of coming into your world, how politics is playing into your world over at LinkedIn right now at all? Are you seeing it on the site? It's traditionally kind of an apolitical place, at least in my experience, but share with us what you're seeing.
Well, the focus of LinkedIn is to be a platform for professional conversation, knowledge sharing, and so that's really the place that we focus, and LinkedIn will always really be about economic opportunity and not a place for political discourse.
But I do wonder, too, as a chief operating officer, how you are thinking about potentially the impact of the upcoming elections, what it might mean in terms of the economy, the labor market. I mean, that's a really important thing, right? Job postings and the activity on your site. So I'm just curious how it at all kind of factors into any of your narratives in your job.
Yeah, well, it's no question it's a topic of conversation in the business environment. Where we really try to focus is to make sure that people can come to LinkedIn if they're concerned about their jobs or looking for their next job, that they can find that opportunity, that they can learn new skills to prepare for the AI economy, which is probably the most important thing that both our members and our customers are coming to us to talk about.
All right, so I'm assuming they're also coming to you to talk a lot about artificial intelligence. So top of mind, top couple of questions that are coming up when it either is your customers or just you're noticing in terms of activity on the site.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing is that the energy shifted. 2 years ago, when ChatGPT came about, there was inspiration, there was trepidation. I think most business leaders have shifted into execution. I think it's been become pretty clear that business leaders have decided that the difference between their team performing and not performing over the next year and maybe in the next decade is about if they've figured out how to manifest the power of AI. In fact, 80% of business leaders have already made the decision that they need to start adopting AI tools more aggressively. Now they're asking questions, well, what does this mean for my team? And it really breaks into three categories. There's roles where they know they need more of, those might be technical roles in particular. There's roles that they wonder if they need fewer of. But probably the thing that's the most unique about this change is that for the vast majority of companies, a big percentage of their employee base is probably going to need to learn new things. And as much as people are asking the question, is AI going to take my job? The question that everyone knows the answer to is that AI is absolutely going to change your job. We predict that about 70% of skills will need to change by 2030. And so there's just a lot of questions that people are working through, whether you're a business leader or you're a professional, about how is it going to change for me and my team, or what does it mean that I need to prepare for in my career?
Hey, before we go further, I just want to get an idea and take a step back a little bit, because as a reminder, LinkedIn is owned by Microsoft, and Microsoft, I think no question, people would argue with that Microsoft is one of the leaders when it comes to AI. They've got the OpenAI partnership. They've got Mustafa Suleyman, who's the DeepMind and Inflection co-founder, as EVP and CEO of Microsoft AI. Dan, what do you get from Microsoft as the parent company in terms of AI?
I think there's two things. I think the first thing is the world's leading infrastructure. So all AI capabilities are about the right infrastructure, the right models, and data that helps make those models smarter. And we've been so thrilled to be able to leverage the Microsoft infrastructure and modeling capabilities to really power a whole new set of features that are showing up for our customers. They could be recruiters or marketers, and our members, whether they're trying to get content or find a job. And so that infrastructure has really given us the ability to scale up our AI roadmap in a very ambitious way. And the second is just around thought leadership. I mean, we were very lucky to learn about some of the new ChatGPT models about 6 months before the rest of the world saw them as they were launched. And that allowed us to start to pivot our roadmap and plant 100 seeds of new product features. And we're really learning in an aggressive way about what works and what's coming and how that means we can deliver more value for our different constituencies.
Right. There's two different sides to this, right? What you will see on the platform in terms of jobs and how they are impacted by artificial intelligence, whether it's, co-working side by side or just new jobs that pop out or some jobs that ultimately go away. But it's also how you guys use artificial intelligence, or whether it's ChatGPT. How are you, and how is it going to be changing the LinkedIn platform?
Well, I think I sort of have talked about the number one interview question in my mind of 2024 is, tell me how you've used AI in your job or at home. And the reason is because companies recognize, all companies, LinkedIn, the entire ecosystem recognizes that we need teams that are AI capable, that are AI fluent. And so any ability to manifest that knowledge in the way you talk to an employer is going to be a huge deal. In fact, we've seen AI skills on the platform go through an enormous surge over the last 12 months. And it's not just technical roles. Marketers, designers, some of the most creative roles are embracing AI because it helps remove some of the drudgery and the administrative tasks that are often get in the way of doing the more creative work. And so we at LinkedIn, we're exploring this across the range of capabilities in our own products, within our teams. And I'm just really excited about people being able to focus on the more human parts of the job, the more creative parts of the job. And it really is going to be an unlock for a wide range of disciplines.
How do you use AI at work?
I use it in a number of ways. I really wish that I could be more places at the same time. I don't know if you've ever felt this in your life.
Oh, yeah.
But sometimes there are meetings I can't join, and I can get summaries and transcripts of them to know what I should focus on. On the odd occasion, I join a meeting late, and AI will tell me what I missed. I'm often trying to take customer information and know how our customers feel about our products. And so sometimes AI will help me summarize that. And then at home, sometimes I try to organize family trips or activities, and sometimes AI will give me ideas of how to either, plan for an event or do some travel.
Do you feel like in 5 years, AI and the types of jobs we'll be talking about will be dramatically different?
I don't know if the titles will be different. I think there are a lot of the titles that people have today will be the same titles they have in the future. But if you look at what people do in those jobs, I think the things that they spend their day doing will change dramatically. There's a lot of repetitive and administrative tasks in a lot of jobs. A good example, we work with recruiters day in and day out.
Right.
And a lot of time they spend is writing personalized messages to the candidates that they want to have a conversation with. What they really want to be doing is spending time talking to those candidates around their aspirations and their capabilities.
Right.
But they spend a lot of time in this communication. AI is very good, what we've learned, of writing a personalized outreach message to someone you don't know, because we know the person, we know the job, and so now the recruiter can really, hone in their skill set around the human part of the job.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, Dan Shapiro, thank you so much, Chief Operating Officer at LinkedIn, who's in good company because the Fed Chair Jay Powell, they're actually using ChatGPT to ask them, like, what kind of questions could I get at the press conference after a Fed decision?
Send better questions from the actual journalists. So our job is safe, at least for now. Thanks to Dan Shapiro. Hey, coming up next, we're driving to the close. But first up, a check the latest world and national news with Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. Donald Trump has selected Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio as his Republican running mate. Vance swept to national prominence with his best-selling memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. He was a vocal opponent of Trump's during the 2016 presidential election, but he changed his position. Vance is now a Trump loyalist who challenges the legitimacy of criminal prosecutions and civil verdicts against Trump. He also questions the results of the 2020 election. Just a few minutes ago, Donald Trump officially won the Republican nomination for president, not a surprise, after a roll call vote at the Republican National Convention. A U.S. judge dismissed the criminal case accusing Donald Trump of mishandling classified information, an extraordinary turn of events nearly 2 years after FBI agents searched his Florida estate for missing national secrets as he strives to regain the White House. In a 93-page order, District Judge Eileen Cannon found that Attorney General Merrick Garland's appointment of special counsel Jack Smith was unconstitutional. Bloomberg's June Grasso says Judge Cannon is alone on this.
She stands on not solid ground, and I think she was moved to do this and encouraged even more by Clarence Thomas's concurrence, solo concurrence in the presidential immunity case. So this is likely going to go on appeal and will probably be reversed.
June Grasso speaking with Bloomberg's Joe Matthew and Kayleigh Lyons. Trump was accused by the feds of taking classified documents from the White House after he left office. President Biden will sit down for a one-on-one interview with NBC News anchor Lester Holt today. This planned interview comes after the assassination attempt on former President Trump over the weekend. Biden has been under growing scrutiny from Democrats over his age and whether he can defeat Trump in November. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, and the Russell 2000 all advancing. Could see another record close today on the S&P 500 index. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks with a bid right now. The Dow currently up 250 points. S&Ps are higher by 18, while NASDAQ rises by 0.4%. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.23%. Gold is up 10. Oil trading in the red. But Bitcoin, that's higher by 6.2%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were energy and the financials. Utilities were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Caterpillar and Goldman Sachs, while Nike fell 2.3% and hit a new 52-week low. After earnings, Goldman Sachs beat estimates, and in the tech space, Apple hit another record high after the company was named a top pick over at Morgan Stanley. Wrapping things up, some names reporting out before the bell tomorrow include Bank of America, Schwab, and Morgan Stanley. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. Got about 18, 19 minutes left in today's trading session. Bouncing around on the equity side of things, but we are up across the board, as you just heard from Charlie. But call it little changed at this hour. We're definitely off our peaks of the session, but we, have been thinking, could we get another record on the S&P 500 today?
Bill Maloney just reminded us to look at Bitcoin up 6% today.
Well, this plays into what folks have said the Trump trade is on.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yeah, we'll see what our guest has to say. Miriam Bartels is with us. She's Chief Investment Strategist for Sanctuary Wealth, and she joins us once again in New York City. Marianne, good to have you back with us. I'm not quite sure where to start, but we have asked a lot of folks over the last couple of hours about this Trump trade. You've watched a lot of market cycles, political or other. How are you thinking about today's market environment and what really matters to the investment trade?
That's a great question, Carol. Obviously, what we have been seeing since the presidential debate between Trump and Biden and the events over the weekend with the attempt on Trump's life are totally unprecedented. But we started making the argument that once we saw how Biden performed during the debate, we started to see the market start pricing in a Trump win. And I'm sure you've had other guests talk about all the betting sites. The betting sites are heavily now leaning towards a Trump win after the events this weekend. And we really started to see the markets also pivot after the CPI report. The CPI report came in better than expected, and we've really started to see a shift out of technology, particularly semis, into cyclicals. And we think that has a lot to do with the direction of interest rates, with the market pricing in the Fed cutting rates in September, and really starting to price in a soft landing. So there's a lot of moving parts to the market.
Right.
But I would, yes.
Is that more significant, Marianne? Like I said, you understand the markets, seen a lot of cycles. Is it really what matters? And I would agree with you, since those inflation prints, that there's been a very different narrative and rate story, if you will. We've really seen rates all along the U.S. curve move down. Is it much more about that story versus an outcome for the presidential election? Or tell me it's both.
At the end of the day, Carol, what is most important about the direction of equities over time is earnings. And we're in the early stages of getting second quarter earnings. So it's been our view, earnings are going to be better than expected, and that the market probably is also starting to price in where they're seeing earnings next year. And at least from the analysts bottom up, they're still forecasting double-digit growth in earnings. So I think earnings are the main driver, but the topics of today are also going to have an additional factor on top of how stocks behave.
You have a target range of 5,600 to 5,800 for the S&P 500. We're right now at 5,625, Marianne. Are you going to raise that range before the end of the year?
So we didn't technically raise our range, but I did about a month ago, or maybe a little bit more than a month ago, try to take a longer term view on what is the true track that the market is on. And I think the true track is a range of 6,000 to 7,000. The question is, do we get a good correction in the fall? Can we get a good 10% correction? Because I think that sustains prices of the market over time. Or do we continue to rally and get so extended that we have a deeper correction going into next year? But either way, what I've argued is that the secular trend for the market is a bull market, and I see this market powering higher into 2029, 2030. Probably we'll have a bear market before then, but don't be frightened away from it because I still think we're going to power higher.
So that's 6,000 to 7,000. What's the time frame on that for the S&P 500?
You know, Carol, that's a great question. You know, sometimes it's hard to put a time frame. I've thought that that's kind of a fool's game to really do a long-term target. I'm comfortable over the next 2 years reaching that target for the market.
Over the next 2 years, okay. Go ahead, Carol.
Well, and so as you said, well, you know, at some point we'll get a bear market, recession in there somewhere as well. I mean, one of the things that we've seen certainly in the conversation coming out of Jay Powell, we just talked to David Rubenstein of Carlyle Group, who interviewed Jay Powell earlier today at the Economic Club in Washington. Jay Powell talking a lot more about the dual mandate and more specifically, not just the inflation side of the equation, but what's going on in softness in the labor market. Is a recession kind of a given thing at some point as well, in your view?
Historically, Carol, we used to have recessions every 4 years.
I know.
So if you're going to use history as a barometer, at some point between now and 2029, 2030, we probably should have a recession. But it would be a recession that would take stocks down, but give investors an opportunity to buy. I don't think it would be a major bear market that puts us into what I call a secular bear market. So I think with the AI coming into play, we'll get increased productivity over time. I think the market behavior is very similar to 1995 to 2000. And I think we're around 1995. So I think we still have a very long runway for equities to go up.
Do you think, though, that they'll end with a crash like we saw at the end of the dot-com bubble?
I've actually agree with Ed Yardeni that it's the roaring 20s. And I went back and compared the NASDAQ 100 to the Dow, because that's the one that we have back into the 20s. And the technical patterns between today and that period are frighteningly very close. So when I think we're in the early stages of a bubble, and if we're correct about that, it will not end in a positive way.
Yeah, so just to remind everybody, after the roaring 20s came the Great Depression, which started in 1929. So are you saying that you're looking at a situation like that?
I'm not calling for a depression, but you could have markets collapse 50, 60%. And that's painful. That's painful to watch your portfolio to be cut in half.
Yeah, that's a major haircut.
Just imagining it right now.
I don't want to imagine it. But, yep, markets go up, markets go down. All right, Marianne, so good to check in with you once again. Marianne Bartels, Chief Investment Strategist for Sanctuary Wealth, joining us in New York City. Do want to point out, everybody, I'm watching stocks take a little bit of a leg down, just coming off their lows of this session, but we're just at it. S&P 500 just up about 9 points as we speak. You've got the NASDAQ 100 again of about 27%. So both of those indices up about 0.1% after a much stronger rally earlier in the session.
Yeah, still up 18% this year on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ up 23%. The Dow up 6.3%.
A lot of bouncing around today.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Volatility, yeah. It's happening.
It looked like it was just totally risk on, and now we're seeing a little bit of a pullback.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at the VIX right now as we head to a break. You've got the VIX just up about half a point, 13.11 is where we're seeing. So still low, a lot of complacency still in that market. All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. This is Bloomberg.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Cleveland Cliffs has agreed to buy Canadian steelmaker Stelco Holdings for about $2.8 billion in the company's first major move after losing out in its bid for U.S. steel last year. This transaction is the latest in a series by Cliffs CEO Lorenzo Gonzalez, who built the company from an iron ore miner just a few years ago into one of the top 4 U.S. steel producers and the country's biggest automotive steel supplier. Shares of Cliffs right now, they are trading higher by 0.4%. Stelco, it is advancing now by 74.3%. Goldman Sachs Group's trading unit powered a surge in earnings in the second quarter. Both fixed income and equity traders outpaced analyst estimates, while a rebounding capital markets business helped drive better than expected results across much of the company's Wall Street operations. Gerard Cassidy is head of U.S. Bank Equity Strategy at RBC Capital Markets.
If the markets start to pick up in volatility, I think you're going to see both Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, as well as J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Merrill, and Citigroup all have better trading results in the second half of the year.
Gerard Cassidy of RBC Capital Markets. Goldman Sachs shares, they are advancing right now, up by 2.3%. Morgan Stanley, which reports tomorrow morning, up by 1.3%. Also reporting tomorrow, we'll be hearing from Bank of America. Bank of America up now by just about by 0.8%. Apple surging to another record after the tech giant named a top pick at Morgan Stanley, with the broker seeing the launch of the company's AI platform triggering a record rush among users to upgrade their smartphones, tablets, and computers. Apple shares up now by 1.6%. Those are our top company stories. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, less than 5 minutes left in today's trading session. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment and count you down to the close. On this Monday, as we mentioned, Charlie, of course, just giving you the numbers, but we've been bouncing around quite a bit, and we just took a little bit of a leg down in these last few minutes of trading, but we've bounced off of that. But yeah, up and down. That's kind of the market trade today, although mostly in the green here, or all in the green.
We are keeping a close eye on everything happening in Milwaukee also. We heard the headlines earlier, but worth repeating. President Trump, former President Trump, has officially become the Republican nominee. That happened just in the last hour or so. And in addition to that, also making his VP pick.
Yeah, he did indeed. Tapping J.D. Vance as his running mate, elevating to the Republican presidential ticket a venture capitalist turned senator whose embrace of populist politics garnered national attention and made him a rising star in the party. And here's what the former president, Donald Trump, said, making the announcement on his Truth Social platform as the RNC began in Milwaukee. And this is Donald Trump saying, after lengthy deliberation and thought, and considering the tremendous talents of many others, I have decided that the person best suited to assume the position of Vice President of the United States is Senator J.D. Vance of the great state of Ohio. Also, not to mention, a great swing and important state in the upcoming election come November.
Yeah, Tim Scott was passed over, Marco Rubio of Florida, Tim Scott of South Carolina, Doug Burgum, North Dakota governor. Some of those folks have or had run against the former president. J.D. Vance has not, though he was a critic early on, back in 2016, of the former president. He called him nauseous and accused him of, quote, leading the white working class down to a very dark place. He eventually, though, embraced his movement. Interesting.
Politics makes for interesting bedfellows, no doubt about it, and we'll see it throughout probably the rest of this election cycle. Having said that, this is perhaps a little bit of a passing of the baton in that Vance is 4 decades, nearly 4 decades younger.
He's under 40.
Than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is 78, Vance is 39, so potentially a generational shift when it comes to the Republican Party, something that many voters would say that is needed on both sides of the political aisle.
U.S. Marine Corps from 2003 to 2007, Yale Law School, 2013, Ohio State University, former venture capitalist.
Lots more to come, though, from the RNC. Our team will be all over it. Right now, though, we're going to head over to our TV colleagues. We're going to count you down to the close on this Monday. A bit of a bouncing around, but we'll see where we end up on this Monday. Right now, the closing bell starts.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Seal, here to take you to the closing bells. It's our global simulcast. Scarlet Fu joining us in the television studio, Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth as we welcome our audiences across all of our platforms, including that partnership with YouTube. Carol Masser, green across the screen, another day of gains here for major equity indices here. Not the repositioning of last week, but a repositioning, apparently, around the U.S. election.
Yeah, really fascinating, right? First of all, I would say a lot of bouncing around on the equity side of things. We're definitely off our highs of this session. But yeah, we've been focused so much in terms of what's going on at the RNC and just coming off the weekend and what's to come in this presidential politics and political election. But having said that, let's not forget earnings are underway. And I'm looking at the KBW Bank Index, folks, that really is outperforming today, Tim, up about 1.6%. Goldman up even more than that.
Okay, you're watching the banks. I'm watching the return of the Trump trade because we got private prisons higher, we got firearm-related companies higher, we got green energy companies and solar companies lower, we got Bitcoin higher by 5.5%. So it seems to be, like you said, Romaine, a rethink of politically what could happen in November.
As much as there's a political shift taking place, there are some things that have carried over from last week. After the June CPI report last Thursday, the Russell 2000 has consistently outperformed, up more than 6.5%. S&P little changed, and the Mag 7 down about 4%, and that's continuing to be the case today.
Right. Trump trade or Fed trade or inflation trade, right?
Yeah, and then also sort of, do you buy into it or do you fade it? I mean, there was a lot of research notes out talking about the Russell and that sustainability of that rally in question.
All right, well, at least for this day here, you are seeing that outperformance. Let's walk you through the numbers with an S&P 500. Looks like it's up on the day by roughly about 18 points or about 0.3%, 56.32 and change here. So not a record high for the S&P. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 0.5%. I believe that is a record high for the Dow, up about 200 points, back to 40,212. The Nasdaq Composite up about 74 points or 0.4%. But let's take a look at the Russell, a 1.8% gain on the day, fourth straight day that we've seen it outperform the S&P and the Nasdaq. That's the first time that's happened going back to at least late March.
All right, back to the S&P 500, guys. Almost an even split, but a little bit more to the upside. 278 names actually gaining some ground today. 225, Scarlett, to the downside.
And a pretty even split when you look at the sectors in the S&P 500. It's rare that you don't see communication services or tech or consumer discretionary at either end of the barbell among the best performers or the worst performers. Instead, you have energy, financials, and industrials leading gains. And the laggards here are really your defensive sectors. Utilities down by more than 2.33%. Consumer staples and healthcare, traditional defensive groups, also lower by about 0.4%.
All right, guys, to the individual gainers we go. And what's interesting is while some people are saying it's all about small caps, diversification, branching out, a lot of the Mag 7 actually outperformed at least earlier in the session. I'm looking at shares of Alphabet at its highs up 1.7%, finishing the day with a gain of about 0.8%. This is following some reports that the Google parent is in talks to buy the cybersecurity startup Wiz for as much as $23 billion. This is according to Person Familiar, based on Bloomberg reporting. So we keep an eye on that one. Apple outperforming again, up almost 3% at its highs, finishing the day with a gain of about 1.7%, closing at a record today. The tech giant named a top pick over at Morgan Stanley. The broker seeing the launch of the company's AI platform triggering a record rush among users to upgrade their smartphones, tablets, and computers. So there's an outperformer. Netflix up 3% at its highs, finishing the day with a 1.4% gain. This is after having its price target raised to $780 a share from $700 by Morgan Stanley. The analysts there are expecting strong second quarter results and 2025 growth. Netflix, don't forget, reporting on Wednesday after the close, the stock closing at $656 and change. And then, as we mentioned, the Trump trade today, had to mention Trump Media and Technology Group. DJT, of course, is the ticker. That went up about 31% in today's session, so soaring in today's trade, Tim.
Okay, you got the gainers, I got the decliners. Kind of a retail theme a little bit. Starting with Macy's, shares falling close to 12%. This after the company ended discussions with two investors to buy out the chain, pledging to execute a turnaround plan on its own. Worst intraday performance since March of 2020, but shares did finish off their lows. The company shares fell after they set a buyout offer from Arkhouse and Brigade wasn't a, quote, actionable proposal because it doesn't have sufficient financing, the company said in a statement earlier today. Also, I talked a little bit about the Trump trade. Shares of solar and green energy companies falling today. Among those, Sunrun sells, installs battery and solar panels on roofs, fell 9% today. We did see other companies move higher, private prison operators, firearm-related companies among the stocks rallying. The other side, of course, being the renewable and greens. And then ADRs of Burberry Group. Keeping an eye on those, Alex. Shares cratered after the company said it replaced its CEO. It issued a profit warning after a downturn in the luxury industry has foiled the company's efforts to challenge high-end labels such as Chanel, Louis Vuitton, and others. ADRs are at their lowest since 2010, worst day going back to March of 2020. Burberry announced that Jonathan Ackroyd is departing after less than 2.5 years. He's being replaced by Joshua Schulman, a former CEO of Michael Kors, Coach, and Jimmy Choo. They also suspended their dividend, said the slowdown in luxury sector sales has persisted into July. Right. They've had 5 CEOs in a decade.
Wow. And I also don't want to pay $20,000 for a raincoat. Anyway.
Is that how much they cost?
No, it's hyperbole, Tim. It's just the idea.
Sounds high.
I mean, maybe some raincoats. Okay, I'm taking a look at the bond market here. It's been quite an interesting day. So the back end really selling off. So that curve is steeper, but it's steeper because the back end is selling off. The last 2 days we saw a steeper curve because the front end you saw a lot of buying and those yields coming down on the 2-year. So just a change of how we're getting this steepener, and that's also quite significant in terms of what it means. You're looking at the 30-year also above the 2-year for the first time this year, and that 210 spread is now the tightest that we've seen since January of this year as well, guys.
Absolutely here, and we talk about this idea of all the sort of moves that we saw in the cross-asset space, whether it was the weakening of the peso, strengthening of the dollar, and of course the big moves that we saw in the treasury space. And I guess at some point we're going to talk about what's happened in crypto. But something I do want to talk about is a story that actually caught my eye, and actually involves writing checks. I don't know, Carol, you still write checks probably in the grocery store or something, but I'm learning that Target
feels judgy, but yes, today, I do occasionally. Starting
today, if you go to Target, Carol, you're not going to be able to do that anymore. They're actually doing away with taking paper checks. You have to basically use your debit card or just cash.
It's really kind of amazing. I know, all right, we are very much a digital society. Have to remind myself that there is still cash that backs all of those digital moves that we make, but it is interesting, this era, like, right? How many times have we used to over the years, maybe, I don't know, like, you know, buy those boxes of checks. You needed checks. People wanted a check. It's not the way anymore.
It may not be the way at a Target or a supermarket, but I mean, if you have to pay parking tickets, and I speak from personal experience here, and the processing service charges you like 20% fees, then you're going to write a check. You know, I'll gladly pay for the forever stamp at that point.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, but
I'm sorry, Scarlett. Can you tell us a little bit more about these parking tickets?
Hey, sometimes it happens, guys. Okay.
Have you been clamped yet?
Do you guys remember when you were kids, though, and your parents would, like, part of the rite of passage of growing older is getting that checking account, and your parents would make you balance the checkbook, or was this just me?
No, I had the little. I saved my passbook, or my mother saved it.
Isn't that like that's an important part of financial independence, or like learning to be financially independent? And I don't know, with these days, you just go and put your phone on a thing and. It's frictionless.
Financial literacy a thing? Is it a priority right now?
Yeah,
it needs to be.
I mean, entirely different discussion.
Presumably, you can still balance your budget without your checkbook. You can do it in other ways, but that's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, and it gets to the idea too, though. I mean, like, there's a whole generation. I think Tim was getting to it that never has known paper checks or anything like that. I've got a box of paper checks that I probably write 3 a year, maybe, if at most. And I guess kids are just more comfortable with swiping their phones and doing everything else. I know the children of my household.
You know where you still need to write checks?
Where?
If your kid goes to public school and there's a trip, you need to write a check because the teachers don't want to handle cash because of.
Untrue. I Venmo my teachers.
Yeah, I Venmo
for my daughter.
For real?
Yeah, I live in Park Slope. We're good, man.
I don't know. In Westchester, they made us write checks.
Scarlett, is there something about a parking ticket you want to tell us, or like?
I write a lot of checks, guys.
Okay.
Oh my God!
I'm not like the dude in The Big Lebowski where I'm writing like 69 cents for a gallon of milk, but I'm writing checks.
I feel like often there's a mailroom near where we sit, and there's oftentimes letters from Scarlett in the mailroom.
You spied my letter
parking?
to
are those all
parking.
just parking? Is that just parking tickets, right?
All right. I guess we're going to wrap on that one. We all sound kind of old something. I don't know. All right. Anyway, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Folks, we will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek.
I am?
Yeah, for now. For now.
Good to know.
Okay, Senegal.
Yes.
Honduras.
Yes.
Uganda. Just a few examples of what our next guests call, quote, frontline environments. They write that they are isolated, lawless areas stuck in a recursive cycle of poverty and violence. They sit at a critical juncture where every decision, event, or investment could mean the difference between encouraging the society toward opportunity or sending it into conflict. These places present many challenges for business, but they're also ripe with undeveloped potential.
All right, so in other words, they are risky, but as the authors write in their new book, out tomorrow, the juice is worth the squeeze.
Literally the chapter title, The Juice is Worth the Squeeze.
That book, by the way, is Business on the Edge, How to Turn a Profit and Improve Lives in the World's Toughest Places.
The book by academics Viva Ona Bartkus, Associate Professor at the University of Notre Dame's Mendoza College of Business, and Emily Block, Chair of Management at the University of Alberta School of Business. Professor Bartkus joins us from Indiana, and Professor Block from Edmonton, Alberta. Professors, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the new book. You've had 80 projects in 30 countries over the last 15 years. Just some number to throw out there. Partners such as GE, Green Mountain Coffee, the Catholic Church, and more. You also teach this MBA course called Business on the Front Lines. Professor Bartkus, I want to start with you. Explain how this book came together, how your research and your teaching turned into this book.
Thank you very much for having us today. It's a pleasure to be here. Rebuilding war-torn societies is one of the great challenges of the 21st century. Yet business is frequently missing from this jigsaw puzzle. So through the Business on the Front Lines program at the University of Notre Dame, Professor Emily Block and I worked with local partners in war-torn and poverty-stricken countries and witnessed the first-hand impact of people having jobs. Never underestimate the sheer dignity of a good day's work. And that's really what motivated us to write this book.
Emily, come on in on this, Professor Block, and I'm curious about why it is so important to be talking about, in a world where there's a lot coming at us, whether it's AI, whether it's geopolitics, so much, why we need to be talking about these front lines.
Well, I think the first reason is because business is always looking for new places to grow and expand. And we're running out of new spaces. And so if we take for granted the idea of this growth imperative, there's really very few places on Earth that are not touched. However, these environments that are relatively untouched, that are left, represent a huge amount of value, $20 trillion of economic activity. And so it's likely that the organizations that are able to approach these environments most effectively are really going to get some disproportionate rents associated with that. And then on top of that, there's a lot of big problems in the world that need to be solved. And I think that the dynamism and ingenuity of business can really play a role in facilitating those problems. And in the front lines is where that opportunity and those challenges really intersect.
How do you make sure, though, Emily, if I can, and just kind of challenge a little bit, that you make sure that when companies get involved in these front lines, that it isn't just about profitability and what's good for their company, but also helping that society, that community, that environment.
Or maybe it is all about profitability.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're publicly held, largely for us every quarter, it is about profitability.
Well, I don't disagree in either. I think it's both and, right? The idea is that in these environments, the success of organizations and businesses to achieve profitability is very much embedded in the communities embracing the businesses. A good example of that is our friends at Newmont Mining. You know, you don't often think about mining companies as being at the forefront of really great development, but Wayne Murdy, who used to be the CEO, used to tell us that you can't build walls around mines in order to protect them. You have to have the community believe that the success of the mine is their success as well. And that profit is created by that shared interest.
Hey, Professor Bartkus, I'm wondering, because you can't, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine you can't just parachute in to one of these places and build a company. I mean, you need to have a history in this place. You need to work with people who live there, who have lived there. You need to understand the local economy and the local politics of it. How do you thread that needle as a large company who wants to do business in one of these places, but you need the help of locals?
Absolutely. This is the jugular question, and one that we address systematically through the course of the book. Look, if I'm a company looking to invest in frontline environments, number one, I have to do thorough research and understand the local players and the local risks. The second thing is I have to spend time building partnerships with all of the local players. This can't just be the first person who knocks on your door and says, you know, they're going to help navigate this new environment. No, it takes more time, but you have to build trust with community members, with NGOs, with others. And in fact, we learned this firsthand, Professor Emily Block and I, as we started working in Lebanon. We were introduced to a local partner by a trusted international humanitarian organization, one that was very respected. And this local partner, by the name of Khalil, had built a very vibrant import-export business. He was respected in the local community. And, you know, if we had just stayed with him as our local partner, we would have had deep problems. But instead, what we normally do is listen to everyone. We spend time with, I don't care if it's like the corner grocer or the guy who's selling you your lunch or the taxi driver or anyone else. You build these relationships and you start building in your own mind a sense of what this local environment is going to be. And in Lebanon, that approach, slower, certainly, ended up really salvaging our operations in Lebanon, because it was through hushed whispers that we ended up finding out that our so-called civic-minded businessman, Khalil, was actually the area Hezbollah commander.
Okay, wow, that took a turn that I wasn't expecting.
Yes, but the main point here is, in the same way that Professor Block talked about Newmont being deeply embedded in a community, so much so that the community perceives the business as their own success, this is my same point. In Lebanon, we ended up building relationships very broadly across sects and across geographies and across socioeconomic classes. And through the help of those who really got to know us, they protected our interests. And we're still working in Lebanon, despite all of its challenges.
Emily, how do you hope that people use this book?
Man, the first thing I'm hoping is that people will see that there are huge opportunities in corners of the world that they wouldn't necessarily come to think of, and will see that opportunity as a way in which they can contribute both to their bottom line and the stability of that environment, and really to be prepared to try and fail and work collaboratively in these environments to create value, and to really kind of rebrand business as not simply profit-seeking and maximizing, but as a real tool that can be used to solve some of the big challenges that we're facing in the world.
All right, we're going to continue this conversation and come back with our two guests. We are talking with Viva Ona Barkis, Associate Professor at the University of Notre Dame's Mendoza College of Business, and Emily Block, Chair of Management at the University of Alberta School of Business, Their new book is Business on the Edge, How to Turn a Profit and Improve Lives in the World's Toughest Places. And I want to kind of think about the idea of a market economy. Capitalism, certainly something that we embrace big time in the U.S., but some of the gaps that have been created as a result. So success, failures, or how do we learn from what we've done here in some of these other frontline situations?
Speaking of a market economy, the S&P 500 up close to 0.3% today. The NASDAQ up 0.4, and the Dow at a record up 0.5 percentage point.
You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. An update for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, and the Russell 2000 index. A record on the Dow at 40,211. A gain today of 210 points, up by about 0.5%. S&P up 15, a gain of 0.3%. NASDAQ up 74, a gain of 0.4%. 10-year yield 4.22%, with a 2-year now yielding 4.45%. Spot gold today climbed by 0.5%, up $10 the ounce to $24.22, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, 84.80 for a barrel of Brent crude. West Texas 81.86, down 0.4%. Big move for Bitcoin today, up 5.6%, 63,502. 2 on Bitcoin. Donald Trump's rising odds of victory bolstered oil producers, gun makers, and private prisons today. His pro-crypto stance lifted Bitcoin and related companies. Solar and pot firms sank as Democrats are seen being more friendly toward the sectors. And shares of Trump's media company, which trades under the ticker DJT, gained 31%. Another record for Apple today. Apple shares up by 1.7%. Recapping S&P up 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. I want to get right back to Viva Ona Bartkus, Associate Professor at the University of Notre Dame's Mendoza College of Business, and Emily Block, Chair of Management at the University of Alberta School of Business. Their new book out tomorrow. It's called Business on the Edge: How to Turn a Profit and Improve Lives in the World's Toughest Places.
So one of the things we wanted to ask both of you is, I'm looking at, the embrace of market metrics, capitalism. Obviously, this is what the U.S. is all about. And having said that, we're now living in a society where we are seeing incredible gaps of wealth, and we understand the importance of measuring wealth. How do we, make sure, Viva, that we do not make the same mistakes in terms of the business collaborations with some of these frontline areas that you guys write about?
Certainly. Thank you very much for this question. I would say 3 things. Number 1, you have to start with a certain amount of humility and willingness to learn if you're going to expand in the front lines, which, as we've said, are isolated, impoverished, and frequently fairly lawless, but have vast opportunities. I think the second thing is you've got to get out there and wear dirty boots. By what dirty boots means for us is, as the Archbishop of Zacapa, Guatemala told us many years ago when we were working with him, walk in the footsteps of the campesinos, not to understand their hardships, but to understand their dreams. You got to get your boots dirty. You got to get out there in the field, and you got to learn about these places. And finally, what I would say is our mantra is fail fast and fail forward. Your first ideas that you're going to have in your shiny headquarters in whatever city it is in North America are going to be wrong. They're just going to be wrong. And you have to work the problem long enough, then put on your dirty boots and rework the problem as you understand more and more about the local context. We call this failing fast, but also failing forward. So always remembering the big picture and the big opportunity that you're working towards. So a little humility, a little dirty boots, and a little failing fast and failing forward.
Professor Block, come on in here, because one thing that I wanted to ask about is different countries and different cultures have different ways of doing business. And everybody knows, when I was growing up in California, everybody knew if you got pulled over when you were in Mexico, you could give $20 to the cop pulling you over and you would be able to go. Well, it turns out that when it comes to business, at least according to the United States, bribing people is illegal. So how do you recommend that American firms work within the constraints of a system that might not be the same system that works, that is at least outlined by law in their country?
This is a huge challenge operating in these environments. And it's actually, I think, more difficult than just avoiding bribes, because most of the time when I'm pulled over, they take a look at me and think I'm a little bit more trouble than it's worth when they try to bribe me.
They want $100?
Well, foreigners tend to be less compliant than locals in lots of environments. But I think the problem is even more difficult than that, in that the systems are predicated upon these inequalities. So, for example, we've worked in a number of different places where we've had to figure out how do you bypass a bunch of middlemen, like men with guns, essentially, to get products to market when they are kind of holding hostage the entire kind of ecosystem. And what we found is the most successful way to do that is to bring them into the process. Just like in Newmont, when they were bringing the community into their success, we found that, communities looking to transcend middlemen really only have to provide them with legitimate opportunities for real legitimate work, and that there's a lot of dignity associated with that. And so many of the people who are causing these disruptions in systems are often looking for ways to enter them more formally. And so finding a way to bring those nefarious elements into the economic systems is actually quite effective in neutralizing their power.
One last question, and let me address this to you, Viva. I want to go to how do we make sure that business leaders who get involved in these projects, that they're looking to do this to maybe expand certainly their reach, but how do they make sure that it doesn't lead to exploitation? Just got about 30 seconds here.
The way you do this is you hire the locals, and you hire the locals as suppliers, and you look at the locals as customers. And all of those are voluntary associations and voluntary agreements. You got to make it good for the locals, for them to really look after your interests as well.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. So nice to have both of you with us. Viva Ona-Bartkis, Associate Professor at the University of Notre Dame's Mendoza College of Business. Emily Block, Chair of Management at the University of Alberta School of Business. Their new book, it is Business on the Edge, How to Turn a Profit and Improve Lives in the World's Toughest Places. So appreciate your time today. Having said that, our time on this Monday, July 15th, a lot of it has been about U.S. presidential politics, Tim.
Yeah, politics front and center as Donald Trump tapped J.D. Vance as his running mate. And now President Biden assailing that selection of J.D. Vance as his running mate, coming out on a post on X, Carol, saying, here's the deal about J.D. Vance. He talks a big game about working people, but now he and Trump want to raise taxes on middle-class families while pushing more tax cuts for the rich. Again, this coming from President Biden in a post on X.
Yeah, the back and forth, certainly, it is on. We know that in a big way. Having said that, we also talked a little bit earlier about J.D. Vance, only 39. He's nearly 4 decades younger than Donald Trump. So you do wonder whether or not, we've talked a lot about the double haters in this presidential cycle, do not like either candidate. Some say both of them, or a lot say they're both too old. So you do wonder about this choice for vice president. So interesting, right? And we're going to get a lot more to come over the next couple of days.
Marine Corps veteran, state of Ohio, senator, law degree from Yale.
All right, well, that's going to do it. Yeah, absolutely. That's a little bit of his background. That's going to do it for Bloomberg Business Week. Now to an extended edition of Bloomberg Balance of Power with Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew live at the RNC in Milwaukee. Joe, Kaylee, take it away.
Live from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to a special extended edition of Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons. And as we come to air this afternoon here in Milwaukee, it is with a bit more information on what the Republican ticket for 2024 will look like. Joe, we have come to learn it's Donald Trump and the senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance.
Trump-Vance will be the bumper sticker, and not a big surprise here, Kaylee. The senator from Ohio was on every short list that we talked about. We learned earlier today that Marco Rubio and Doug Burgum got phone calls telling them they were not in line. So it seemed apparent. I will say there's a bit of an anticlimactic feel right now in Milwaukee because we spent so much time talking about this, and so many people associate the element of surprise with Donald Trump.
Yeah, and in many ways, this is not all too surprising, as J.D. Vance is, too, a populist. In some ways, he could be seen as a younger version of Donald Trump, knowing the senator is only 39 years old. Yeah. He turns 40 next month. So as we all react to the news here in Milwaukee, let's check in on what's actually happening on the floor in the Pfizer Forum here and go to Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Tyler, what's the atmosphere like now that we know?
Yeah, hey, Kelly, I am here on the floor of the Republican National Convention where just moments ago, as you mentioned, former President Trump and now Senator J.D. Vance officially became the nominees for the Republican ticket. It is loud in here. It is high energy in here. But most importantly, everybody in here is talking about J.D. Vance as that vice presidential pick. Our Bloomberg audience might know him first as a former venture capitalist and then a member of the Senate Banking Committee. And if we look at the legislation that he pushed through that committee, kind of gives us a taste of what kind of politician he has been. He's really been campaigning on a more populist message, voters, workers' rights, compared to taking on big corporations and big banks. He led some key legislation on the Senate Banking Committee that would make it harder for big lenders to get bigger, to cut down on credit card fees. And in one interesting move, paired up with Senator Elizabeth Warren on a bill that would essentially claw back executive compensation if things failed. So this idea of pro-worker versus pro-business is going to be something interesting that we watch on the campaign trail. Here, everybody is talking about what this will mean going forward for the ticket. And later for this week, we now know that J.D. Vance will be that headliner on Wednesday night, followed by former President Trump officially accepting the nomination on Thursday.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in the crush of humanity on the floor of the convention. Tyler, thank you for bringing us inside as we join you here with special coverage on Bloomberg TV and radio. We learned about this, by the way, on a truth from Donald Trump earlier, if we still call them truths. On Truth Social, the message: after lengthy deliberation and thought and considering the tremendous talents of many others, I have decided that the person best suited to assume the position of Vice President of the United States is Senator J.D. Vance of the great state of Ohio. Of course, Donald Trump Jr. had pushed hard for this choice, Kaylee, and he was, as we mentioned, on every short list. He also went through a remarkable evolution from a blue-collar critic of Donald Trump's. He referred to him as cultural heroin, to clearly a MAGA loyalist, to the point now where Donald Trump has made this decision. And joining us here in Milwaukee to talk about this and some of the other issues and themes surrounding the RNC is the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp. Governor, it's great to see you. Thank you for being with us today.
Good to be on with you.
What do you think about this evolution that a guy like J.D. Vance went on here? Are you going to find yourself telling a similar story when Donald Trump becomes the official nominee on Thursday night?
Well, I think it's certainly a lot of excitement. I know looking at the screen and seeing everybody on the floor, I'm sure the Ohio delegation's very excited. But look, I think it's a good pick for President Trump. I mean, Senator Vance brings an element of youth to this race that we haven't seen, that's for sure. The guy's a United States Senator, obviously qualified to serve. Great messenger, which is, I think, very important when you think about what's going to be going on the next 4 or 5 months in this campaign.
Well, as we consider this selection, though, knowing that you represent one of the key swing states we are watching in this cycle, knowing Georgia is not bright red or bright blue, what does J.D. Vance bring to undecided voters in Georgia? How is he likely to influence that opinion when he, as we've talked about, may just be seen as a younger version of Donald Trump himself?
Well, I think it's not just what J.D. Vance brings to the race, but also what President Trump and other Republicans can do between now and November to make sure that, you know, you're getting those persuadable voters. For me, and what I'm hearing every day is that, you know, Americans and Georgians can't afford another 4 years of Joe Biden. I think that is a message that J.D. Vance can deliver. It's certainly a message that President Trump and a lot of other Republicans, whether it be, you know, people that we're trying to help win at the state House and state Senate level to hold our majorities in the General Assembly in Georgia, are going to be talking about people. I mean, obviously, he's been very outspoken as well on the disaster at the southern border under this administration's policy. So I think there's a number of issues that will resonate with swing state voters.
He referred to Donald Trump back in 2016 after the book came out as noxious. He said leading the white working class into a very dark place. Was there some truth to that when you look back?
Well, I haven't read the book. You know, a lot of people write a lot of different things in the book.
Well, he did a lot of interviews in that time as well.
Yeah, no, well, I get that. I was busy doing my job and wasn't too worried about his book. But listen, I think, you know, this is all about the future. You know, there's been a lot of tough politics, a lot of rhetoric. I mean, I've been involved in some of that as well with the former president. A lot of other people have too. A lot of other people he was considered to be vice president said, you know, other things that may not have been that flattering.
It's all water under the bridge.
Yeah, but that, you know, that happens in politics. You can look on the flip side of that. You know, Kamala Harris said a lot of bad things about Joe Biden and ended up being his vice presidential pick. So, you know, I think it's going to be incumbent on people to stay focused on the future.
Okay, so if we stay focused on the future and think about the kind of policy that these two as a joint ticket are likely to push for, we know that they lean toward populism, protectionism. Even Senator J.D. Vance, being from Ohio, has been very outspoken, for example, when it comes to the steel industry and that it should stay in American hands, looking at that U.S. Steel Nippon takeover, something we followed very carefully at Bloomberg. But these ideas of, say, higher tariffs, as you sit here and tell us that what Georgians really care about is the money in their pocket, is raising the cost of goods for Americans by putting a blanket tariff on everything, perhaps 60% plus on goods coming out of China, a way that you can improve that feeling for people?
Well, I would let them speak to their policy positions. But if you look at what Joe Biden's been doing, he's been picking winners and losers. So to me, I think what former President Trump and what people like J.D. Vance, look, I don't agree with everything that J.D. Vance has been talking about. I have different views myself. A lot of people are going to disagree on issues on the economy and on jobs and, other things that are going on. But, the thing is to try, in my opinion, is to let the market work and don't pick winners and losers. And that's what Joe Biden has been doing. I think the populist in Donald Trump and people like J.D. Vance is really trying to fight for the American worker and the little guy out there that's, they're not getting their, education tuition paid for. Their kids may not even have the opportunity to go for college. And just trying to really fight for that everyday American that's out there, I think is really what they're focused on. And look, there's a lot of other policymakers in Washington, D.C. that may not go along with that either. So, you have to keep all these things relative. But it's like, who do you think is best going to fight for you in the White House? And to me, it's the Republican ticket, the Republican policymakers that have been pushing back and didn't create this 40-year high inflation where people's mortgage rates have gone up, their rent's gone up, their insurance gone up. They're complaining when they go to the gas station. They're complaining when they go to the grocery store. And they've seen a disaster at the southern border and a weakening in our status around the world.
Well, to pick up on Kaylee's point, there's a big debate going on right now about making permanent the Trump tax cuts from 20.
Yeah, I know you don't. But, and you spend too much money too. So, there's ways that you can offset tax cuts to not having an inflationary environment. And that's certainly what we tried to work on in Georgia by lowering the rate, not only on the personal income tax, but also on the corporate side of things, so we have a good business environment where people can get a good paying job that can outpace inflation, have good government benefits. And that's really what Republicans are fighting for. What Joe Biden and his people have been fighting for is picking winners and losers, back in the, union-based automakers versus, people like we have in Georgia that are non-union. And to me, it's just, if the policy's so good, make it the same for everybody. And if it isn't, then don't have the policy. But look, I agree. We've got to look at government spending, especially in Washington, D.C. It's a reason our debts and deficits are up. It's driving, part of the interest rate equation. And I think as the Fed continues to look at where the unemployment numbers are and the slowing of the economy, and how they deal with that, it's going to be incumbent for policymakers in D.C. to make good decisions, too.
Governor, of course, we thought all of our conversations this week, for the most part, would be dominated by policy. But in some ways, the tone has very much changed given the events of this weekend and the attempted assassination on Donald Trump. Considering what we did see in your state in 2020, threats against poll workers, for example, political violence, obviously, on January 6th, as the election was attempted to be certified in Washington in early 2021, how concerned are you about political violence in your state as we get closer to November?
Well, look, we're going to keep people safe in Georgia. I'm not too awful concerned about that, but my job is to make sure that we're, concerned about that. So, I don't want to give the appearance that I'm worried about something like that's going to happen, but I also want people to know that we're going to be prepared for that. I will just tell you that, my thoughts and prayers go out to the, just heartbreaking loss of a true American hero that died in that crowd protecting his family, the others that are injured, and, thank God President Trump is with us today here in Milwaukee. I cannot imagine what this country would be like right now if that bullet had moved an inch or two the wrong way. But I think it is an opportunity for all of us really to just think about the words that we're saying and to make sure that, we're having our battles in a respectful way at the ballot box, not with fighting amongst one another or weapons of choice, or as what was reported, bomb making supplies in this kid's car. You know, we need to really think through what we're saying to people. I was telling Marty and my team earlier, you know, I go to church with a lot of people that I know don't vote for me, but they don't yell at me at church. We're just praying together. And I think that's really what the country needs to think about as we move to November. You know, fight hard for your position, but let's have civil discourse and settle this at the ballot box.
Well, a lot of people remember the language on the perfect phone call. A lot of people know who Brian Kemp is because of that call, along with your Secretary of State, Raffensperger. You fast forward to this political convention now, and I wonder what your thoughts are about Donald Trump. If you trust him to be the steward here going forward, if he does win re-election, would you endeavor to have a relationship with him?
Well, man, we're going to work with any administration that's in Washington, D.C. And I'll tell you, you know, we had a great working relationship with the Trump administration when they were in office. I had a great relationship with the vice president, with, you know, got to know really well a lot of the cabinet secretaries.
You can recreate that?
Work very closely. And, you know, I've been asked the question, you know,
sure.
Do you know, how do you feel about democracy and it surviving this election? And I actually feel, you know, very optimistic about that. I think the institutions of government are very strong. There's a lot of good people. When they put their hand on that Bible and take that oath, they mean it. Mm-hmm. And I think they'll do their job and follow the law and the Constitution, you know, the rest of this year and through this election. And, you know, I really feel optimistic about that.
Well, so if Georgia's result comes down to a few thousand votes, as it did last time, 12,000, whatever, and the result is the same where it is not a victory for Donald Trump, do you trust him to react differently this time?
Well, I would just tell you, I can't speak for how other people are going to react and other candidates, because I couldn't do that with Stacey Abrams when she never conceded to me in 2018.
But Stacey Abrams wasn't convicted on racketeering charges, or indicted, rather.
Well, Stacey Abrams has got a lot of legal problems right now that most people don't report on, and her groups do. Maybe not her personally, but her groups certainly do. But I will tell you that I think the institutions of government, at least in the state of Georgia, will hold in the 2020 election. I'm very confident on that. And I'm very confident that we're going to have a secure, accessible, fair election in our state.
Should Georgia drop the case against Donald Trump?
Well, I don't know that Georgia has a case against Donald Trump.
Because of what the Supreme Court said?
Well, I mean, you'd have to ask Fonnie Willis that question. I mean, that is the, you know, local district attorney that has brought that case, not the state of Georgia.
Of course, we're not expecting it's going to go to trial before the election. Governor, thank you so much for being with us here in Wisconsin. The governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, we appreciate your time, sir. Hope we'll have you back on Bloomberg. And we'll be right back on this special extended edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio Live from the RNC in Milwaukee.
In global leadership are on Bloomberg.
I envisage not only some kind of a bridge towards membership or language linked to the irreversibility of Ukraine's membership in NATO, but also some kind of a broader package of military material, of financial aid. The more we support Ukraine right now, the sooner the war will end.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg Television and Radio.
About artificial intelligence. Is artificial intelligence going to enable you and others to say we have enough information to know exactly what something is going to be worth in terms of insuring it or not?
Artificial intelligence is finding its way into our business in a variety of different factors. I think the first piece is getting much better insight into data, which allows us to make better decisions on underwriting. It's also a great opportunity to service business better in terms of like call centers and different ways of what's using robotics and other AI will be very helpful. But it is an emerging practice within the industry, and one that is evolving very quickly. So it's also going to present risks that other companies, how they use it and how they use large language models, and making sure the decision making is very sound. So it's complicated, but it definitely is benefiting the business today.
U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg. The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
One of the reasons why I'm frustrated, like many Americans, about our choices for president is neither is proposing to do anything about a coming debt crisis in our country. Our debt is already as large as our economy. It's going to go nowhere but twice as big as that. We have an entitlement problem, which is these entitlement programs are going bankrupt by the end of the decade. We have to get ahead of that. Otherwise, we're going to have a debt crisis in America.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
What I can say is that we've been making significant investments across the franchise, across regulatory reporting, across data, and across resolution and recovery planning. These are areas we've been investing in because we know they're areas that, frankly, the industry likely needs to further enhance, and we certainly want to enhance them for ourselves.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The fact that we're a divided nation is a real threat to this country. We're all trying to create a better country. We're trying to create opportunity. We're trying to create a safe environment. Let's focus on those areas. I'm trying to turn down the temperature. Okay, I'm trying to get Americans to realize that we are in this thing together and we share those same goals.
Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson talking with us around this time yesterday on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thanks for being with us on an extended edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Milwaukee on this first day of the Republican National Convention. As we assemble our panel, they're back with us. Rick Davis of Stone Court Capital and G.D. Shanzano, political science professor at Iona University, senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, are two Bloomberg politics contributors. Great to have you both with us on day one. We're officially underway, so let's acknowledge the fact that this convention has started and we have big news today. We have all been talking about J.D. Vance for months. Are we surprised that we're not surprised? What do you make of this pick, Rick?
Yeah, well, I'm a little surprised by the surprise or lack thereof.
Yeah.
The campaign was sort of getting us all excited that there had been a rethink and a reset, and everybody was thinking about what are the other possibilities that Donald Trump could do. Hey, great job, campaign. You got us all fooled for a while, because going into this week, the odds-on favorite was J.D. Vance. I mean, he'd become the talking point for vice president. And so it is what everybody kind of expected it to happen, and he plays to the base of Donald Trump. He doesn't really have a profile that would bring in independent voters or, suburban women or any of the target groups that the campaign's been looking at to try and build a bridge, but he'll take care of the base. And, if there's a heir apparent to MAGA in the future now, you've got him. Wow. J.D. Vance.
Well, before we knew it was J.D. Vance, when we were all still playing the guessing game, we were trying to understand if we should read into the fact that Nikki Haley is now going to be speaking at the convention this week, whether or not Trump could surprise us with the selection in that way, knowing that there was a primary voter, a Republican primary voter, that was choosing her over him. Do those same voters find more attraction to the Donald Trump ticket if J.D. Vance is on it? Does this help him win those people over at all?
I don't see how. The reality is I'm just going through the issues. On abortion, this is somebody who opposes abortion. In fact, for his Senate race, his line about abortion is ban abortion. Ukraine, he says, I don't care what happens with Ukraine. Immigration, build a wall, opposes amnesty. January 6th, denies the election. Tariffs, 10% across the board. I mean, the list goes on and on. So when you talk about Nikki Haley voters, independents, certainly Democrats, they are feeling that this is somebody who is Trump acolyte for sure, who has the love and support of Donald Trump Jr. and also people like Tucker Carlson. So I don't see how he does anything but do what Donald Trump traditionally does, which is reinforce the base. And it quite frankly left me a little bit sad, if you can say, because I was saying maybe there was a message of unity. This is somebody who blamed Joe Biden for the assassination attempt the other day. 2 hours after it happened. So I don't know if the new and improved Donald Trump I thought we might get is here, given this pick.
Born James Donald Bowman in August of 1984. He's not even 40 years old. Is there an argument, a generational leadership argument here that would appeal to young voters, or is this a different story?
I think he absolutely can appeal to young voters, appeal to young men in particular. He is, my understanding, the youngest VP nominee since Richard Nixon. That's 1952. So it is a smart pick from that perspective, because it's a change of generation.
Of course, if you're watching on Bloomberg TV, we are seeing live pictures of Senator Vance on the floor in the Pfizer Forum here in Milwaukee. There is a big smile on his face as he shakes hands with the delegates that are gathered there, taking some selfies as well. This obviously is a big moment for the senator who, frankly, Rick, hasn't been in the political realm that long. He just started his Senate term in January of 2023 with winning, of course, with help of the endorsement of Donald Trump. Before that, a venture capitalist, which is what may make him more well-known to our viewers and listeners here on Bloomberg. But this kind of ascent, this quickly, knowing that Donald Trump, too, didn't have a long political history before he won in 2016. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's almost an advantage because, as you point out, he's got a presidential candidate who kind of eschews establishment politics. There's no way you could call him an establishment figure, even though he serves in the United States Senate. He's the youngest senator to, aspire to this level of position. And at the end of the day, his rhetoric has always been anti-establishment, except for when we first really started to notice him in 2016, when he argued about being a never-Trumper and how bad it was for our country to be nominating Donald Trump. So his road to the vice presidency is not something you'd ever recommend to somebody to try and follow in his footsteps. But the bottom line is Trump doesn't care about any of that stuff. He's just proven it. All that is water under the bridge. He's got someone who will help appeal to these minorities, young men, blacks, Hispanics, that he's picking up out of the Democratic coalition. He's got great roots in the Midwest. He understands the plight of the working class, practically, his own life. And so I think this plays to the strength of the base of the party. And Donald Trump, we'll see what his speech is on Thursday, but maybe he then takes the lead in trying to refabricate his image into a place where he can attract more voters from the middle.
How do you both feel about the evolution that you're referring to here, Rick? Because so many Republicans have followed that trail. That's why we just asked Governor Kemp. Maybe he would go through a similar evolution when it comes to Donald Trump. Cultural heroin, he said in 2016 on the book tour, leading the white working class to a very dark place, called him noxious. This is now his vice presidential candidate. Does this give other Republicans cover to join the parade?
It's hard to think of Republicans at this point who haven't said things, maybe not quite as strong, but who haven't said things about Donald Trump.
Story, isn't it?
It is, and the fact is, Donald Trump is the Republican Party today. He owns this party. He is leading it. So you either want to play with the party, which means that you have to walk back, as J.D. Vance has done, or you leave it like somebody like Liz Cheney. I would just say on J.D. Vance, he explains this in a way that does appeal to some Republicans I've talked to, which is to say, I said that before he was president. After I saw him in action, I was impressed and I changed my mind. So he does explain it. But to your point, there's an awful lot of Republicans. And I think, by the way, we should also mention the election denialism that he has talked about, blaming Pence for doing what he did on January 6th. This is the kind of thing that Republicans are going to have to defend now with this pick.
Well, there's also the question of how Democrats will react, specifically President Biden, who was just speaking to reporters saying that J.D. Vance is a clone of Trump on the issues. We've talked about how Biden, in our final minute, Jeannie, might not be able to go after Trump as hard after the assassination attempt. Can he direct all of that toward J.D. Vance now?
They absolutely are. I was just looking. They are already releasing pieces. We are getting ads out already. And so they are going to go hard against J.D. Vance. And some Democrats feel this is a way to turn the page from the issue of age and Joe Biden to the issue of the very conservative positions that this candidate has taken.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our political panel, are staying with us as we continue this special coverage of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. We have the ticket. It is Trump-Vance 2024, Joe. And, of course, we're seeing the action still on the floor at the Pfizer Forum.
Yeah, a very excited group of delegates on the floor of the Republican National Convention now officially underway in Milwaukee. We heard the roll call. Now we wait for the speeches, and we'll have a lot more straight ahead, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
I decided to acquire Indeed 12 years ago when I was 36. I couldn't speak English, but I decided to move to the US with my family. Okay, let's study English. Let's, manage this big, American company. But I could do it. Ages are just numbers. If you stay being very curious to run new things, you can keep doing that. So what we're trying to adjust is our company should be the praise to maximize people's ability, people's talent, and people's passion, right? Our employees' passion. So we believe that if we can have the work or the vision, people can be passionate, and which is aligned with all what employee wants to do, that's the best way to maximize the people's ability.
Follow your passion.
That's right.
So whether you're 14 or 40 years old.
I think so. Because, what's the difference? I don't know. We might be totally wrong. That's how we have been running this company for 60 years.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech
spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the